I think it's clear that we're going to have ranked choice voting in the District of Columbia. But importantly, this means a completely new methodology for our elections process, in particular, the way that votes are counted. We have seen that with the implementation of any new programs, there can be challenges. With ranked choice voting, there have been challenges whenever the new method has been tried and wherever it has been tried, including even in our region. Arlington County, Virginia, for example, passed ranked choice voting, implemented it a couple of times, and then stopped for a while due to challenges before reinstating it. And that was over a period of 3-4 years. In New York City, it took 4 years after the law passed before it was implemented. One thing that is true about this process, it takes time. It takes time to orient the voter to the methodology and how we will reach the outcomes. So today, we want to examine the process as quickly and as effectively as possible, knowing that preparations are ongoing and time is of essence. This law will be implemented. The question is, when can we do it and how smoothly can we do it? And how do we bring our voters who, since home rule, have been using the current methodology, so to speak? The goal is to make all votes count, but in the process, we have to make sure we leave no votes behind. Federal law requires us to provide accessible voter registration and voting processes for people with disabilities, including ADA, VAEHA, HAVA, and VRA. And I'll explain those acronyms later. We are dealing with around 150 people in this community, many who are over 65 and may have some disabilities. And those are individuals that are in those categories that we want to make sure have the opportunity to use their rights to voting. So while today we are locally focused, we know that anything that happens in our city, which is the nation's capital, may get a national or federal response. We have the spotlight on us, and we just want to make sure it shines brightly. So with that, we are joined today by the Executive Director of the Board of Elections, Monica Evans, who will discuss the board's plan for the upcoming 2026 elections. Before I turn to Director Evans, I want to note for any members of the public watching this discussion that while we are only speaking with Director Evans today, there will be certainly additional opportunities for members of the public to testify on these matters. If you would like to submit written testimony for the record, you may do so through the council's HMS system at lims, L-I-M-S dccouncil.gov/hearings. The record for this hearing will close on Monday, December 8th at 5 p.m. At this time, I'm going to turn to any of my colleagues who may be here for any opening statement that they would like to make. I recognize Councilmember Wendell Felter and for his comments. And I think we've also been joined by, I see we're joined by Councilmember Christina Henderson, and we've been joined by Councilmember Zachary Parker. We will, Mr. Felder, please.
Thank you, Chairwoman Bonds, for convening this morning's roundtable discussion on the Board of Elections 2026 primary and general election preparation. Let me start by saying I will never go against the will of voters. The people of Washington, D.C. have spoken through the passage of ranked choice voting ballot initiative, also known as I-83. By honoring the voters' decision does not mean rushing implementation. Honoring the will of voters, meaning protecting voters' access, voter understanding, and voter confidence, especially for our seniors, first-time voters, individuals incarcerated, residents in assisted living facilities, and communities that have historically been disenfranchised in our election systems, particularly in wards 5, 7, and 8. We cannot talk about elections in this country without remembering the painful history of voter suppression when people are denied their rights through literacy tests, language barriers, inaccessible ballots, confusing procedures, and internal complexities. If our residents cannot understand ranked choice voting or correctly use the ballot or lose trust in the process, then their votes may be cast, but their voices will not be counted. This change is not simply a new balloting format. Ranked choice voting requires a complete transformation of how we design ballots, educate the publics, train poll workers, communicate results, and build trust, especially in our marginalized communities. That transformation must be full, multilingual, accessible, and equitable. Not one size fits all, not last minute, not we'll fix it after the election. And that is why today is not about whether ranked choice voting should happen, because the voters already decided that. Today is about whether we are ready to implement it responsibly, securely, and without disenfranchising the very communities we're trying to empower. Because if we are not ready, we risk confusing voters, suppressing participation, widening inequities, and undermining the faith in the election system. And that's because that becomes a voting rights issue, not a process issue. The voters gave us a mandate for ranked choice voting. They did not give us a mandate for confusion, chaos, or inequity. They expect and they deserve competent transparency, accountability, and honesty. And I'm here today to make sure that when ranked choice voting arrives in Washington, D.C., it is not just legal, it is successful, it is trusted, it is equitable, and it strengthens, not weakens our democracy. And with that, I'll give it back to you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you very much for your statement. Councilwoman Henderson will take your statement.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for calling today's roundtable. And thank you to Director Evans for making herself available. This is a timely conversation for us to be having. Across the country, over 50 cities, counties, and jurisdictions use ranked choice voting. 2026 will be a pivotal time for the District of Columbia as we transition. And it's actually a perfect time given the number of candidates who have already announced to run for certain races where we have very, very competitive elections. I'm interested to hear from the director today more about their strategy in terms of outreach. What is their plan? So we can get into the details of how they will hit the ground running post-holiday, talking to voters, being out in community, helping people decide. While ranked choice voting sounds complicated, indeed, we all participate in ranked choice voting every single day. We are ranking and prioritizing our choices. But with the right education, I do believe that all voters have the opportunity and can understand and actually will come to appreciate the opportunity to make sure that the person who is selected at an end of election is indeed someone who has captured the majority of voters' support. So I'll keep it short today, but thank you so much, Councilmember Bonds, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you very much for your statement. And Councilmember Zachary Parker is here.
Thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for holding this hearing. Thank you, Director Evans, for being here. I'm looking forward to your testimony. I'm here because I have questions about implementation, and I want to gain clarity for Ward 5 neighbors about what they can expect in just about 7 months, as well as in the general election in 2026. What I will say, I will echo Councilmember Henderson and part of what Councilmember Felder mentioned. This is a settled issue in many respects. The voters have spoken. The council has spoken. And now the question is about implementation and how do we do it in the most equitable way so that all residents, regardless of background, zip code, demographic, or ability, can engage fairly and responsibly in our election process. I think we owe that to all district residents, and that's what I'm hoping to get out of today's hearing. And so with that, I look forward to jumping in. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, and I believe that, okay, all right. Now, we will hear from our star witness, I'll call that, Dr. Evans, who's going to talk to us about her plans. But if you would raise your right hand. All right, do you swear and affirm that your testimony and your statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
All right, thank you very much, and please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. It's easy to be the star witness when you're the only witness, so thank you. Greetings, Chairperson Bonds, members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, council members and staff. I am Monica Evans, the Executive Director of DC Board of Elections. Terry Stroud, the board's General Counsel, is with me today. As you know, the Board of Elections, or BOE, is a charter independent agency, and our mission is to enfranchise eligible residents, conduct elections, and ensure the integrity of the electoral process. Planning for the 2026 election cycle is well underway. The primary election is Tuesday, June 16, 2026, and the general election is Tuesday, November 3rd, 2026. We have posted the draft election calendars on our website. As far as legislation updates, during the 2026 election cycle, we are responsible for implementing new legislation. In 2022, the Council of the District of Columbia enacted the Automatic Voter Registration Expansion Amendment Act, and the new legislation requires BOE to work with the DC Department of Motor Vehicles, or DMV, to give residents additional opportunities to register to vote. Citizens who are otherwise eligible to register to vote will not be able to fully opt out of voter registration at DMV. Instead, eligible individuals who decline voter registration at the DMV will be placed in a pending file that BOE is now required to maintain. BOE will mail a letter to everyone in this pending file, informing them that they will have the opportunity to register to vote, decline registration, or do nothing. If they do nothing, BOE is now required to mail a ballot to them for 2 general election cycles. BOE will also implement ranked choice voting, or RCV, for the June 2026 primary election. BOE has been tasked with implementing ranked choice voting for each primary, special, and general election involving 3 or more qualified candidates for electors for President and Vice President of the United States, Mayor, Attorney General, Chairman of the Council, members of the State Board of Education, United States Senator, United States Representative, and Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner. Each ballot will allow a voter to rank up to 5 candidates, including a write-in candidate, or as many candidates as there are if the contest is fewer than 5. We are continuing to monitor legislation and information on the federal level. Legislation to repeal the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act has passed the House. In July, Senator Britt introduced Senate Bill 2636, which prohibits individuals who are not citizens of the United States from voting in elections in the District of Columbia, and repeals the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022. There has been no further action in the Senate. Voter registration efforts. BOE regularly engages with District of Columbia residents to register new voters. Our efforts include visits to senior facilities, schools, churches, libraries, and community organizations. We attend naturalization ceremonies, and we have a presence at fairs and events in DC. In October, BOE registered 1,444 new voters and processed 6,004 registration changes. In total, we prepared 7,448 voter registration cards to be mailed. We also register voters using our website portal. Since launching the portal in January 2022, we have processed over 101,090 applications. These include new voter registrations and updates to existing registrations. As of October 31, there have been 471,150 registered voters in DC, and total non-citizen registration is 961. List maintenance efforts. We are actively engaged in list maintenance to ensure the accuracy and integrity of the voter registration database. This ongoing effort includes identifying and updating records for voters who have moved out of the District of Columbia, voters who have changed addresses within DC, duplicate registrations, and deceased individuals. As part of our voter registration list maintenance efforts, we conducted a biennial mail canvass to verify the residential addresses of voters who were eligible but did not participate in the 2024 general presidential election. This process includes sending a first-class, non-forwardable canvas mailer to the address on record. This initiative helps maintain the integrity of the voter roll by identifying outdated or inaccurate address information. To initiate this process, 153,404 first-class non-forwardable canvas mailers were sent to voters' registered address on February 28. On May 15, a second forwardable canvas mailer was sent to 21,983 registered voters. Response from the first mailer include 2,815 voters who confirmed their addresses by mail, 2,874 voters who reported moving within DC, 7,626 voters who moved out of DC, 216 voters identified as deceased, and 3,664 mailers labeled return to sender, and 12,030 mailers returned as undeliverable. To date, responses from the second mailer include 445 address confirmations by mail, 37 voters who moved within DC, 124 voters who moved out of DC, 32 voters identified as deceased, 1,662 mailers labeled return to sender, and 4,725 mailers returned as undeliverable. As far as requirements and deadlines for candidates for the 2026 election cycle, on Friday, January 23rd, BOE will determine signature requirements and make nominating petitions available for the office indicated below. In addition, BOE will post the exact number of qualified registered electors in DC by party, ward, and precinct, as well as the entire list of registered qualified electors upon which such count was based in our offices. The signature requirements for the offices to be contested are as follows. Delegate to the United States House of Representatives, 2,000 or 1%, whichever is less, of the total number of registered qualified electors in the same political party as the candidate. Mayor of the District of Columbia, 2,000 or 1%, whichever is less, of the total number of registered qualified electors in the same political party as the candidate. Chairman of the Council, 2,000 or 1%, whichever is less, of the total number of registered qualified electors in the same political party as the candidate. At-large member of the council, again, 2,000 or 1%, whichever is less, of the total number of registered qualified electors in the same political party as the candidate. Ward member of the council, 250 or 1%, whichever is less, of the total number of duly registered qualified electors in the same political party as the candidate who reside in the ward from which the candidate seeks election. Attorney General for the District of Columbia, 2%, or 1%, whichever is less, of the total number of registered electors in the same political party. U.S. Senator, 2,000 or 1%, whichever is less, of the total number of registered qualified electors in the same political party as the candidate. U.S. Representative, 2,000 or 1%, whichever is less, of the total number of registered qualified electors in the same political party as the candidate. National Committeeman, National Committeewoman, 500 or 1%, whichever is less, of the total number of registered qualified electors in the same political party as the candidate. At-large local party committee member, 500 or 1%, whichever is less, of the total number of registered qualified electors in the same political party as the candidate. And ward local party committee member, 100 or 1%, whichever is less, of the total number of registered qualified electors who reside in the same ward from which the candidate seeks election, who are of the same political party as the candidate. February 23rd is the first day any nominating petitions may be filed with BOE. The last day to file nominating petitions, petition supplements, declarations of candidacy, and any other affidavits, forms, or declarations required for the particular office sought is March 18 at 5 p.m. Our election calendar. Other important dates from the draft primary election calendar include Saturday, March 21st, nominating petitions are posted for a 10-day challenge period that ends on Monday, March 30 at 5 p.m. On Friday, April 17, deadline for board to provide notice to persons eligible to vote absentee in federal elections pursuant to the Uniformed and Overseas Citizen Absentee Voting Act, or UOCAVA, of all contests and questions appearing on the ballot and any specific federal write-in ballot or FOI instructions. Notice will be provided on the board's website, and that is dcboe.org. Monday, April 20, last day for board to determine the validity of challenges to nominating petitions. Thursday, April 23rd, last day for either challenger or nominee to appeal to the DC Court of Appeals for review of the board's determination regarding the validity of the nominating petition challenge. Thursday, April 23rd, last day for candidates to submit affidavits withdrawing their nominations so that their names are not printed on the official election ballot. Friday, April 24, board will conduct a public lottery to determine ballot positions. Monday, April 27, board is set to begin conducting logic and accuracy testing of the voting equipment to be used in the election. Monday, May 1st is the deadline for the board to transmit validly requested ballots to persons eligible to vote pursuant to UOCAVA, where requests were received at least 45 days before the election. May 11, the board begins mailing ballots to registered voters. May 22nd, mail ballot drop boxes become available for use. June 8 through June 14, 25 early vote centers will be open from 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Tuesday, June 16 is primary election day, and we will have 75 vote centers open from 7 a.m. until 8 p.m. Friday, June 26 is the deadline for receipt of all mail ballots. They must be postmarked on or before Election Day. Technology enhancements and equipment upgrades. In our 2025 budget, we received one-time funding for equipment upgrades. We used $321,875 in local funds to purchase replacement no-ink poll pad equipment. We had to replace our poll pads because the previous versions had reached the end of life cycle. Therefore, they were no longer able to receive any updated software upgrades. We used Help America Vote Act, or HAVA funding, to purchase replacement DS300 scanner equipment. This equipment is used at vote centers to deposit voted ballots. Due to software upgrades to our Express Vote touchscreen equipment, we had to ensure the scanners are compatible. BOE is still in need of replacement ES&S Express Vote equipment. Our current equipment is over 10 years old. The updated software is currently faster than the equipment, and during the 2024 general election, we saw delays when voters use these touchscreen devices. When RCV is implemented, we will see further delays because voting takes much longer due to the process of ranking candidates for each contest. Accessibility. We will conduct accessibility surveys of prospective vote centers for the 2026 election cycle. Once again, we are partnering with DGS to ensure vote centers are structurally accessible. The ADA coordinator works with our partners, such as Disability Rights DC at University Legal Services and the Office of Disability Rights, to remediate barriers to accessibility that were identified during previous election cycles. Additional temporary ramps with handrails would be installed at certain vote center locations, and alternative entrances are being identified. Some mail ballot drop boxes are also being adjusted to enhance accessibility. We will also ensure that election workers are aware of the Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA guidelines, and are trained to address any issues that arise promptly and effectively. Efforts to implement ranked choice voting. The DC Board of Elections Voter Education and Outreach Division administers year-round education, outreach, and engagement activities and programs. To prepare for the 2026 election cycle, VEOD's goal is to register and engage all eligible voters in the District of Columbia. In advance of the 2026 primary election, VEOD will focus its strategic efforts on educating eligible voters in the District of Columbia on RCV. The goal is to educate and build voter confidence to ensure a smooth transition. BOE's outreach objectives regarding RCV are to provide educational materials and information to all eligible district voters explaining how RCV works, to conduct hands-on demonstrations using voter equipment, to collaborate with community organizations and groups to access their membership to expand engagement and outreach opportunities around RCV, and to collect feedback from district residents on overall effectiveness of voter education efforts for RCV. We have reached out to other jurisdictions as we prepare to implement RCV. To date, we have reached out to representatives from Alaska, New York, Minnesota, and Virginia. We have also met with entities such as Fair Vote Minnesota, Grow Democracy DC, and the Ranked Choice Voting Resource Center. Because RCV is implemented differently by other jurisdictions, we're continuing to reach out to election offices to ensure we capture best practices and review outreach materials. BOE outreach efforts will include postcards, a voter guide, online training tools, sample ballots, and a dedicated information lab at BOE headquarters. Mail ballots will also include information about RCV. We will attend ANC meetings and civic association meetings. We will visit schools, senior facilities, libraries, the Department of Corrections, and rehabilitation centers. We plan to staff outreach events and conduct town hall meetings. We will have in-person and virtual engagements with DC residents. However, we know we cannot do it alone. We have developed a statement of work to receive assistance with implementation services. BOE will focus our strategic efforts on all DC residents. The target audience consists of registered voters, pre-registered voters, and prospective new voters. Special emphasis will be placed on the following populations: communities with low voter registration, first-time and young voters, high school students, seniors and voters with disabilities, displaced and homeless citizens, voters with limited English proficiency, and faith-based communities. We know voter education is a big part of the success of RCV. This task will not be left solely to our VEOD team. Many staff members, including myself, will actively engage in voter education and outreach. There are also many online tools to assist with explaining RCV. The BOE website will have information dedicated to RCV, including mock ballots, frequently asked questions, and a primer. We will take mock ballots and voting equipment into communities. We will also make informational materials available to our community partners. Education will not end ahead of in-person voting. We will also be prepared to provide educational materials at vote centers. Finally, other jurisdictions have indicated that having the support of elected officials is essential for success. BOE is acutely aware of the messaging that would need to happen for RCV to be successful. In addition to education, we will need to set certain expectations. There will be delays in knowing which contests will be subject to RCV. Until the candidate list is finalized, we will not know all of the contests that will contain 3 or more candidates. Vote times will also increase. Ranking candidates during the voting process will take longer. We may need to deploy more equipment to vote centers. The use of mail ballots will also be helpful to reduce in-person vote times. Finally, final election results may be delayed in contests subject to RCV. We will not be able to finalize tabulation rounds until all ballots are received, which is 10 days after Election Day. Even though there will be challenges, we are fortunate to have vendors with experience in RCV. We will continue to use K&H Mailhouse to print our ballots, and ES&S, our voting and tabulation equipment vendor. ES&S has worked with other jurisdictions to implement RCV. Restore the vote. Registration and outreach efforts in the Federal Bureau of Prisons occur entirely via mail and email. BOE will mail packets of educational and voter registration materials to each facility for distribution by staff to the DC residents. Information packets will include information regarding RCV, frequently asked questions, and a mock ballot. Election worker division. The recruitment of quality election workers is important, and their presence at vote centers requires attention to detail. During the 2026 election cycle, our goal is to recruit and train approximately 2,000 election workers. We will deploy approximately 1,700 election workers to serve at vote centers. Election worker training will begin on March 17. We are offering training classes for registration clerks, ballot clerks, voter assistance clerks, site coordinators, and area reps. Classes are being offered 6 to 7 days a week for a 10-week period. Mail ballots. We will mail every eligible voter a ballot for the primary and general elections. Due to the passage of the Local Residents Voting Rights Amendment Act, we will also mail ballots that contain local contests to non-citizens. We plan to begin mailing ballots beginning on May 11. Additionally, we will mail ballots to military and overseas voters ahead of deadlines set forth in federal law. Mail ballot drop box and vote center placement. The board has 55 mail ballot drop boxes that will be placed throughout the city. They are scheduled to open on May 22nd. We plan to operate 25 early vote centers and 75 election day vote centers. Early voting will occur from June 8 through June 14, and election day voting will occur on June 16. The vote center locations will be placed on our website. Staff appreciation. Since I have been at BOE, the agency has been tasked with implementing new legislation with each election. Specifically, we have successfully incorporated Restore the Vote Act, the Elections Modernization Amendment Act, the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act, and now the Automatic Voter Registration Amendment Act and Ranked Choice Voting Acts. It takes a lot to change our operations and ensure we have success with these changes. I do not think the public realizes the lift that accompanies major changes to the election administration process. However, the board owes the successful execution of these programs to a dedicated staff. When faced with challenges, they consistently roll up their sleeves and figure it out. As needed, staff members routinely work 7 days a week. We work on holidays and after hours. On behalf of the board, I say thank you to the amazing staff members at BOE, and I also thank the many partner agencies that are instrumental in our success. In conclusion, as always, it is the board's goal to provide competent and responsive service to every registered voter in the District of Columbia. We will always review, modify, and adjust our processes and procedures wherever possible so that we improve our operations with each election. During this election cycle, we will pay particular attention to security and safety. As you know, we are working diligently to ensure we have a successful election cycle. Thank you, and we are available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your very long and thorough presentation to assure us that the board is on target to conduct the 2026 elections. I see additional colleague is here. I will give her an opportunity to make a statement if she would like. Councilmember Rianne Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm so grateful to you for calling this roundtable today. This is a topic that's really important to the people of the District of Columbia. All I really want to say is that I have a great deal of faith in our Board of Elections to implement ranked choice voting. And the reason I say that is because we have been innovating for many years, whether it was early voting, whether it was implementing a vote by mail program in the middle of a global pandemic, or now what we have, which I consider the no wrong door voting locations, where voters can go anywhere that is accessible to them to cast their ballot. I really believe that we have the skills and the expertise and the dedication to implement what the voters wanted with fidelity here with ranked choice voting. Thank you very much to our executive director for your testimony, and I do look forward to talking more in my round of questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your statement. Madam Director, let's just start and get all of the many different items that you discussed sort of out of the way. What is the timeline for your outreach plan and your ballot design and printing, and then the mailing of ballots?
Are you speaking generally?
Yes, generally, yes,
Okay.
for this elections calendar.
Okay. Generally, we've already started voter education and outreach. We have participated in up to 50 events per month. And those events include direct engagement by our voter education and outreach department, but also other members of our staff. So we are already educating around 2026. As far as materials, we have information that we've developed as far as flyers and pamphlets and palm cards that we use in our regular outreach. And as far as the timeline, we do have the election calendar. And so we do tailor our outreach efforts, such as mailers, right ahead of any important act or activity that we're involved in. So something will go out before ballots go out. We want to ensure that residents develop their plan. We want to make sure that residents and voters check their voter registration ahead of time to ensure accuracy. So there are a cycle of postcard mailers that we send out to ensure that people are prepared, but also making sure that their information is up to date.
Okay, you mentioned in one set of, I guess, mailers that you've done in order to update the registration file, that you've gotten a number of returns. When you do the regular mailing of postcards to what's considered the active voters list, which is different from what you were checking on initially and you presented in your testimony, I'm just curious as to what kind of return do you get from that, or do you get returns? You indicated that when you're checking for accuracy of the registration list, that you've gotten as many as 20, 30, 40,000 returns from mailer 1 and mailer 2, which indicated that no known address. So I'm just curious as to what do you get back when you do that postcard mailer as a reminder? Do you get any returns on that?
Actually, we get fewer returns with the postcard mailer because that is not targeted outreach. Those mailers tend to go to households. And so when it goes to a household and not to an individual, we don't have the same level of returned mail.
All right, so then are you indicating that as registered voters, a individual does not receive a piece of mail addressed directly to them?
Not with all of our postcard mailers. And,
Okay.
and the same is true with our voter guide. Our voter guide is delivered to households. And when you send something to an eligible resident for a particular election, for instance, all of DC registered voters wouldn't necessarily be eligible for the primary because then you would not be sending information to those who are non-party affiliated,
Oh,
for
and
instance.
I understand,
So-
yeah.
So we have, it depends on the nature of the mailer, whether or
Okay.
not that mailer would go to an individual
Right.
or to a household. But in some instances, we only send a mailer to that household.
All right. So my question is, do you mail to every registered voter who is eligible to participate in a primary something, a card or a
Yes.
letter? Okay.
Yes.
And my follow-up question is, how many do you mail, or how many are to be reached? And then what is the return on undeliverables through that process?
The most common mailer, of course, that we send to every
Postcard.
eligible voter who's eligible for an election would really be the ballot, and with informational materials. That is across the board for every election. And I don't have the percentage of returns on that, but that is one step that is very instrumental in our list maintenance process. So we do tabulate and keep records on those numbers, but I don't have the percentage of returned ballots. But that would be the indicator. And then, of course, we know with what's on the ballot for this coming year, in addition to that ballot that we send, we will have to include informational material within that ballot as well.
All right. And so would you please get back to me on what your numbers are over the last, let's say, 2 elections that we've held in the city? Maybe we'll say last 3 elections, because we'll include the special election also, because you mailed ballots for that too.
Yes, and just for clarity, are you asking for election cycle or election?
election cycle.
Cycle. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. All right. For my colleagues, we'll have 10-minute rounds. We'll start now, 10-minute rounds. What are the voter registration events that are planned leading up to the 2026 election?
So we have a voter education and outreach plan. And as I mentioned earlier, we have events that are in person and also virtual. And we have begun events. We have a list of all the events. We actually have a database where we track all of our events and participants and outcomes of those events. I know that one of our big upcoming events, it will be the Greater Washington Urban League, but we really try to make sure we are conducting outreach at different organizations. And so some are listed here. As far as some of the recommended organizations will be DC Federation of Civic Associations, Anacostia Coordinating Council, National Council of Negro Women, Office of the Tenant Advocate, Department of Aging and Community Living, DC Public Library, Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions, DC Realtors Association, Fresh Farm Farmers Market, and DC National Panhellenic Council. And so I can provide you with a full list of organizations where we have touch points and those that we are planning outreach and all of our partnerships, if that would be helpful.
Yes, I think given the new challenges that we have, you have two new pieces of legislation that you are implementing or plan to implement in the 2026 election. So I think it would be very, very helpful to know when you began your outreach. You said you're already involved in it.
Yes.
If I could get some dates and the organizations, and then the audience participation, the numbers, because this is ultimately going to be a great opportunity for us to reach the active voters and those that maybe we can stimulate to come out and vote that have been falling behind. Because your list indicate there may be as many as 100,000 that are on the rolls that haven't really been coming out. We want to see how can we stimulate them to actually participate. So I wanted to follow up on that.
Absolutely. And we capture all of those data points. So I will ensure that we provide that to you.
All right, that would be very helpful. And I might ask as we move forward so that all of us are kept in the loop, it might be a good idea to put on your website, on a weekly basis, update the organizations that you had an opportunity to talk with about these two new pieces of legislation that we're attempting to implement.
And just to be clear, when we educate, of course, it is very important to educate on new legislation, but we also do include general legislation. I mean, and
Yes.
Whatever's currently in effect that's not new, but then other information as well. And we also want to encourage voters to review and update their voter registration as necessary. But then it's also an opportunity for us to register new voters. So there will be a number of different objectives when we go out, but you will see that when I provide the tracker to you.
Oh, thank you very much. I think that's really important. I know that my colleagues are here today to learn a great deal about the outreach effort as it relates to ranked choice voting, but I just want people to know that you are about the business of educating voters in general about the process and the devices, because we're going to get into today a discussion about the equipment, how it works, how long does a mock trial take, all that good stuff that my colleagues are may be curious about.
Yes, and we do post our upcoming engagements on the website, but I will still make sure you get the tracker.
Thank you very much. I'm thinking that I have a bunch of questions about just the general things that we are engaged in through the board, but since all my colleagues are here with, like they're ready to pounce on this whole issue, I'm thinking that maybe I'll speed it up a little bit, and you'll be with us so we can get to all of these questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. When we talk about the boards partnering with DC government agencies such as public library and community centers, when do those entities, the government entities, those public entities, building structures, programs, when do they receive outreach information? Because so many of our residents go and use the services.
Yes, they receive outreach information as they're available. So these entities already have our flyers and our brochures about voter registration, updating your registration. When it comes to Department of Corrections or Federal Bureau of Prisons, we proactively mail information to them. So we have a cadence so that they have that material on hand routinely. As we have new legislation and new opportunities to engage residents, we provide those materials as well. One of the things we really want to do, we want to ensure that people are using our outreach materials to ensure consistency. And so we make an effort to provide community organizations, libraries, our voter registration agencies with the necessary materials to ensure that they are consistently providing the information that we provide. So there's no delay with that. We have partnerships and we're routinely giving them information.
Given the scope of the new legislation that you are to implement, I wanted to ask a little bit about how do you plan on doing that? I know that you have 4 new staff persons to help with engagement. And I was just curious, is this the lion's share of the outreach effort? Or just help us to understand your outreach effort in having conversations with the public about implementation of the ballot process in the 2026 election cycle.
Okay. First, I don't know what 4 new outreach people you're
Okay.
referring.
All right.
We have a manager and then 4 staff under her who work on voter education and outreach. They are not new. They have all been with DC Board of Elections for some time, so I'm not sure
Okay.
where the new
All right.
information is coming from. But they have and whatever I have, I can easily share with you as well. But they have a voter education and outreach plan that is constantly revised based on new challenges. We had to revise it when non-citizens were able to vote in local elections in the District of Columbia. We had to revise it when individuals were going to receive a mail ballot, and we needed to make sure residents were aware of mail ballot drop boxes. We had to revise our plan, our outreach plan, when we had to include Department of Corrections and Federal Bureau of Prisons. So we are in the habit of revising and reviewing that plan based on current legislation.
All right.
We have a list of partners, and we rely on our partners, in particular when it comes to a lot of our vulnerable populations. We have members of our voter education and outreach team who kind of have an area of specialty, if you will. So someone who may focus on seniors, someone who may focus on students, and they may have a couple of different populations where they are the lead outreach individual for that population. But as I mentioned, even though we have a staff of 4 in our voter education and outreach division, we do not rely on 4 or 5 people to conduct all the voter education that occurs in our agency. Many people go out, they're always recruiting others. I go out, our senior staff members go out. I attend civic association meetings, I attend ANC meetings. And so it's really a group effort. It's not just 4 or 5 individuals responsible for all of our voter education and outreach efforts.
Well, thank you very much for that, and I appreciate it. And you had included some of that in your written testimony. I guess I'm concerned that there's been so much discussion, so much chatter about ranked choice voting, what it means, how it will be done. I'm very curious as to the effort on the part of the board to put it front and center so that anyone who plans on voting, who would be eligible to vote, would know what to anticipate when they get their ballot. We're still going to have mail ballot process in the district, at least as of today, we still have it. The feds may, whatever. So I'm going to get my ballot. There'll be some written instructions for me to follow. All right. Those who will also get their ballot, maybe they've been doing it for 50 years, maybe 70 years, before they came to the District of Columbia. And we have a lot of residents who are not just depending on what happened with home rule. And so I'm just trying to understand this process that we are undertaking as a government in order to make sure that people understand you're going to get something, it's going to say, mark, I guess, whatever, up to as many place the candidates in as many different positions, starting with your first choice, second choice, third choice, fourth. Okay, so you're going to get that. A lot of people, what does that really mean? When I've been voting my choice, one person. When do we get involved in helping people to understand that? You mentioned that you already have flyers and information that's already posted in libraries and community associations. So when does this issue before us, ranked choice voting, come front and center? And when will there be informational pieces out?
Yes. So I think the first major engagement we have around ranked choice voting specifically is scheduled for Saturday, December 6th. And so our materials will be available then, and we'll be able to provide demonstrations. I will be staffing that event along with the manager of our voter education and outreach division. And so that will be the first push, but of course it won't be the only push. And we are working on graphics and informational tools on our website. One of the good things with working with other election jurisdictions, we work in partnership. We've had election jurisdictions offer to come to DC and work with us with these efforts. They have indicated that many and most of their materials are not proprietary, and so they are willing to share those materials and information with us. Some of them will have to be tailored because, as you know, there are different models when it comes to ranked choice voting. And so we'll have to make sure that the information is tailored to meet the process in DC. But we are absolutely, very much, moving forward with the RCV hat on.
All right, well, thank you very much. I'm going to turn now to my colleagues. Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Chairwoman Bonds. Director Evans, it's always delightful to see you. I just want to pick up where Councilwoman Barnes left off. You mentioned thus far, you've already sent mailers out. You had about 50 events per month. Where is that information published?
Well, first, and I don't want to give the impression that all of these events have been about ranked choice voting.
Okay.
This is just our general voter education and outreach. Our voter education and outreach events are posted on our website. But as far as a comprehensive list, that is the list that I indicated I would provide to the council, where we actually have a list of every event, the outcomes, the population we engage with, et cetera. So I will forward that to the council.
Thank you for that. I was trying to differentiate what's the difference between your DC Board of Elections normal education outreach and then your outreach focused solely on ranked choice voting. So my question, and so my next question is, in terms of education out efforts, specifically regarding ranked choice voting, when will that start? You said it has already started.
No, Saturday, December 6th will be our first workshop.
Okay, and when you guys have workshops, what metrics are you looking for to ensure that voters walk away fully understanding the way ranked choice voting works?
Well, it depends on the workshop, whether it's something that we are sponsoring or whether we're being invited. So this is actually a workshop where we're being invited to talk about our efforts, ranked choice voting, to bring ballots, to educate. And this particular workshop is at the Greater Washington Urban League. And it's for candidates, campaign managers, residents, and key community leaders. And it will be our opportunity to provide the processes and procedures around ranked choice voting. So it depends on what the event is. So it's not one size fits all. When we put on a workshop or a town hall or do something that we're sponsoring, then we're responsible for the agenda. In this instance, this is an event we're being invited to, and so we are following their lead on this particular event.
Thank you. In every successful ranked choice voting jurisdiction, such as New York, Alaska, Minneapolis, elected officials establish a dedicated ranked choice voting implementation unit 18 months before rollout, responsible for managing project governance, ballot design, technology, poll working training, public education, legal compliance, accessibility, and risk. We are now 7 months away from the 2026 primary election, and we do not know if the Board of Elections has identified a leadership team, or if they finalize the regulations needed to legally implement ranked choice voting. So my question is, has Board of Elections established a dedicated ranked choice voting implementation team with main staff responsible for outreach, ballot design, procurement, tabulation, accessibility, legal compliance, and public communication?
Well, the first thing I would say is we have not been funded to stand up a dedicated team just for ranked choice voting. That will require new funding if you're asking for a dedicated team. So we have individuals, and these individuals will have collateral duties. And so, as I mentioned, we have a plan, we have a strategy. Our voter education outreach division has a draft outreach plans specifically for ranked choice voting. But when it comes to dedicated staff solely on ranked choice voting, we have not received the funding for that.
So, thank you, Director. You've had an opportunity to go to see other cities, and I'm assuming that's a part of best practices. This was included. You mentioned additional funding. To stand up an implementation team, from the top of your head, would you have a sense of how much it would cost for that team?
To be honest, with any endeavor we've been asked to implement, we don't get a new team of individuals, full-time equivalents to help us with those efforts. And so we have traditionally been in a posture where we have to implement whatever new legislation it is with current staff. On occasion, we may get one staff person dedicated for a new endeavor. For instance, with the Automatic Voter Registration Expansion Act that we're implementing in 2026, we did get one FTE for the implementation and to oversee that effort. But that is not something that is routine. So I can't say exactly what the cost would be to stand up a unit that addresses ranked choice voting. But I would say that, the more people you have, the more you can do. The more dollars you have, the more you can do. The more time you have, the more you can do. But are you asking,
I want to make sure we do our due diligence as city
Yes.
leaders, and I want to make sure you, especially given the arduous task ahead, like we're not reforming, we're not making a small change here. We're changing the way individuals vote in the District of Columbia. So with that being said, given that you have looked at other jurisdictions as a part of a best practice, what we notified was there's an implementation team, which we don't have here in the district. So to effectively rather roll this out, we want to make sure we get you what you need.
Right.
I think it will be helpful to me, right? And also given your team already has roles and responsibilities, right? And then given that they may not be skilled in ranked choice voting because it's new to the district, which requires district support, additional support. With that, I think it will be helpful for me if I knew, you can get this information later on, but like, what would it cost to have a implementation team?
I can absolutely do that. I can say that we have talked to jurisdictions that have received very little support as far as rolling it out.
Okay.
But again, one thing I will continue to say, there's no one size fits all. Some, jurisdictions only do RCV for the primary, some only for the general, some only for local elections. And so it's not apples for apples
Completely
to
understand.
some of these other jurisdictions. And
Okay.
then you have to look at the size of the voting population as well with some of
Understood.
these jurisdictions. So
I want
to give an informed and thoughtful answer, we would really need to think about it, because quite honestly, with everything we've been tasked to do, we're not typically asked what it would take for an implementation team. We're essentially told, make it happen. And that's the posture we generally approach new legislation with.
Thank you so much, Director. I want to move on, give her my time. Ranked choice voting cannot be legally implemented without regulations establishing how ballots will be counted, how exhausted ballots are treated, how recounts work, how tiebreakers are resolved, and how results will be certified and publicly reported. To date, DC Board of Elections has not published a draft ranked choice voting regulations, leaving voters and campaigns uncertain about how the system will work. Director, my question is, has DC Board of Elections developed and published a regulation framework necessary to operationalize ranked choice voting, including rules for ballot exhaustion, tie-breaking, recounts, tabulation sequences, certifications, adjudications, and public reporting?
Hi, I'm Terry Stroud. I'm the General Counsel for the Board of Elections. And there are certain conditions that have to be met before we are prepared to undertake regulations. There are certain policy decisions that have to be made. A lot of the stuff that you addressed was spelled out in the legislation. There is room for us to do rulemaking, but certain decisions have to be made before. But we are working with, and as we're researching and looking at other jurisdictions and looking at their statutes and ordinances and things like that, we have the framework for what regulations would need to be implemented, but we're still making decisions that will inform what those regulations look like.
So when will they be finalized?
That is something that we're still settling some decisions. And we don't want to do piecemeal rulemaking. We want to make sure that there are more final decisions made in terms of the administrative end of things, ballot layout, things of that nature. We have been meeting with jurisdictions. We're working out what makes the most sense in terms of things like audits and recounts and the at-large council member race. So once these decisions have been finalized, we will tweak the rulemaking that is in progress to finalize them.
Yes, and the one thing that I will add to that, a part of that will include our vendors. And so we have our ES&S vendor coming on site, I believe the first week of December, because we need to talk through and finalize some of those ballot design issues and, that lead to tabulation, finalizations and all of that. So we have a framework, we have like draft ballots, we have drafts of what we think, but until we, are able to talk to everybody and have our vendor and make sure that our plan matches what our equipment can do, we can't finalize anything. But as I said, they are scheduled to be on site.
Okay, I appreciate your transparency. Once again, we're changing our whole voting system. Something to this magnitude, I would think, and no, it's not your fault in no way, shape, or form, but I would think that the regulations will be finalized before we go towards the implementation, and so it makes me think, without approved regulations, how will DC Board of Elections lawfully train poll workers or even educate voters?
Well, as I mentioned, election worker training will not begin until 2026. There are things we can educate voters on because there are some of the items that you listed that are outlined in the legislation, the legislative text. So if you go to the legislative text for this, we have a roadmap, we have clear direction on some of those items. And so we can begin the education process on those items because a lot of what you have referenced will not have a direct impact on voter understanding the voting process of it. Some of that will affect audits, tabulation on the back end. But as far as the initial education and beginning to explain the ballot, getting voters familiar with what the ballot looks like, what they can expect, the changes when they get that ballot in the mail, the changes when they go to a vote center, what they're going to see. Those are the things that we can begin education on.
10 seconds. And when will the final regulations be released? Will they be released before or after sample ballots are printed?
When you say sample ballots, you mean training? What, like
Well,
for training purposes, or
No.
are you saying the sample,
The sample ballots that will
the
go
actual
out?
ballot?
Yes.
So the final ballot?
Yes.
That would, I would think, be
Yeah, that will be
that would-
absolutely before.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll use mock or sample ballots in the interim, but before any final ballots are sent to our mail house for printing, yes, all that will be in place.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Stroud, would you raise your right hand because you're giving us testimony? And I think it's very important in this. Okay, do you swear and affirm that the testimony that you are providing is truthful and complete?
I do.
Thank you very much. All right, that's the one point I wanted to make. We also have been joined by another colleague, but I'm going to move on to, yes, I'm going to move on to Councilmember Henderson, and then your third, and then we'll come back. Councilmember Pinto, we will try and pull you in very quickly. Please bear with us. This is a hot item on the agenda today. Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. And thank you, Director, for your testimony. Hopefully we can get an electronic copy of it because, as you mentioned, there are lots of different things that you all are implementing this year, not just with ranked choice voting, but some other types of things as well, which hopefully I can get to in some of my questions. But I do want to just follow up on some of the things that came up in sort of the conversation that you had about ranked choice voting. You've been talking to a lot of different jurisdictions about their implementation, but not everybody had 18 months. Isn't that accurate? I believe Santa Fe, New Mexico had a really short period of time.
That is correct. I spoke with the elections director in New Mexico, and she said they had to implement it in about 2 to 3 months.
2 to 3 months. Okay. So, and that election happened and it was certified. So, not to say that we want to have 2 to 3 months. I do feel like we're doing really well in terms of our timing, especially given that most people right now are paying attention to holidays and are not paying attention to 2026 elections. So us having this conversation about how you all are going to be prepared at the start of the new year to communicate and roll this out, I think is super, super important. When will you finalize your outreach plan? You keep saying that it's in draft form. I'm curious when you guys, and obviously it is probably an evolving document where you will add more things as the election gets closer, but I'm curious about the plan.
Yes, and to your point, it will continue to evolve because we will need to make some adjustments as we go out and we see some things that are more effective than others. So it will continue to be tweaked. But the plan before the end of November, so really in very short order, that's our number one goal, is to have that plan finalized. As I mentioned, we have a draft. We have talked to a lot of other election jurisdictions. We've gathered best practices. And so we're working on, at this point, incorporating some of the things we've received from other jurisdictions into the plan.
Got it. Okay. So you mentioned that you all will be having your ballot design contractor on site in December to talk about some of the ballot design issues or not?
Yes, well, that's for our electronics. So our ES&S equipment, that's the equipment, the touch screen that
Yep.
you're used to. And so we'll have a ballot on the touch screen. And so that vendor will be on site in December. And
Okay.
so then we have a mail house that prints our paper ballots. And that's a K&H mail house there on the West Coast.
Okay. But obviously you can't print the ballots until you know how many candidates you have, and you won't know how
Absolutely.
many candidates you have until next year. So I'm curious, as you think about what a mock ballot, let's call the fake ones mock, and then we'll call your samples. But mock ballots can be created, but I imagine you kind of want it to be the similar design as what you all are going to decide to do on the final. Is that an accurate assumption?
It is, and we have been actively working on that. And part of it is a real estate issue because you have a certain amount of space on the ballot. And then, of course, right now, we don't know how many candidates we're going to have in each contest. We know each contest, not knowing how many, but then we also know the how many will determine whether or not that particular contest is subject to RCV or not. And so we have someone who has really dedicated a lot of his time to ballot design.
Okay.
And so we, have a couple of mock-ups that we're using in our office and talking through and looking at, the number of pages, front and back. Are we able to prepare for a worst-case scenario with the number of candidates, et cetera? So as far as mock ballots, we've made a lot of progress with how the mock ballot will look in the District of Columbia. In the past, we've often had a 14-inch ballot. We will likely need to go to a 17-inch ballot. So
Okay.
those are some things that we are considering as well, the size and, what that's going to look like. And then making sure we have clear instructions on that mock ballot that will be similar to the instructions that we will have on the actual ballot once that's finalized.
Okay. I have confidence in you guys to be able to figure it out from a ballot design perspective, even with a lot of different candidates. Just a reminder, 2020, there were 24 people in my race and we figured it out and also managed to get a ballot to each and every household that was sent out. But from a mock ballot standpoint of just sort of, right, I think for you all, folks are asking the Board of Elections to do two different things. One, administer the election, and then two, provide a higher level of voter education in terms of the process of actually voting, and a mock ballot that is, I don't know, favorite TV shows or favorite colors or fruit, to just allow for people to sort of get the concept of, okay, apples, oranges, bananas, kiwi, mangoes. Let me pick and rank my top 5. And how will this look on the ballots? I think once people are able to sort of visualize it in that way, that could sort of demystify some of this. And I feel like for some people, because they don't really know what the ballot is going to look like, they're feeling as though it's going to be incredibly difficult. And so the mock ballot is going to be super, super important, I think, for voter education operations.
Absolutely. And we will have a tool on our website where you can practice with a mock ballot electronically on the website. We will actually have mock ballots available when we go out into the community with voter education and outreach. We'll have an opportunity to explain the mock ballot, to explain the process of ranked choice voting. We'll be able to allow those who attend these events to ask questions in addition to voting the ballot. But one of the things that I also think is important, we will stand up a lab in our office where anybody who has a touch point with Board of Elections, if they're coming to update their registration, or if they want to come specifically to get more information about ranked choice voting. And so they will be able to vote a mock ballot. We'll have equipment available. We'll have staff members who can help walk them through the process. And as I mentioned, this education will not end when in-person voting begins.
Right.
I don't care how much we do. I don't care how much we send out. I don't care how many touch points we have. We know we have to be prepared for people to show up to vote centers, look at the ballot and say, what is this?
Yep. And you know what? I think though, so let's talk about in sort of a regular election. You all partner with outside and civic organizations on some of these things, correct?
Yes.
All right. So what's the plan in terms of partnering with outside and civic organizations in 2026? Because I do feel like some of these groups will be very helpful. And even not just organizations, I do feel like there will be some, ANCs that will set up their own sort of conversations around this to help their neighbors be able to understand how to do this.
Absolutely. And that's one of the things I really do need to stress. We cannot do it alone. And so we really do rely on our partners to assist. I've already had a meeting with the director of the Office of ANC. And so we've talked about a strategy as far as attending ANC meetings. We know that some of them are still in a virtual posture. So we know that we can't attend every meeting in person. So we may have some town halls where we can invite multiple ANCs to gather and have touch points within the various wards and within the various ANCs outside of the ANC meetings. So we're absolutely, thinking about how we can bring all of our partners in and work with them to ensure success and to ensure that they're helping us get the word out as well.
Okay.
And with palm cards, informational materials. We have individuals who have been our partners for years, and they look forward to our informational materials and our yard signs being available, and they come and they pick them up and they assist with efforts to educate and distribute flyers and palm cards and information. And we absolutely will continue to rely on those individuals and those organizations in this endeavor.
Great. I wanted to ask really quickly, because I may not be able to stay for a second round, about something you mentioned earlier of a different law that you're implementing this year that I don't believe you received a implementation team for, which is around the new initiative with regard to individuals who opt out on the DMV for registering to vote. Did I hear correctly that those individuals will be put on a pending list and that you all will send them a general election ballot for 2 elections? Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. What if So are we just presuming then that they are registered?
So what happens, individuals who are otherwise eligible to vote, and these will be citizens only, who say no to registering at the DMV. If they say no, those individual names come over to us and we're required to place them in a pending file. We have to reach out to all of those individuals and give them an opportunity to vote or an opportunity to decline. And then we update the pending list based on that decision. If they do nothing and they do not return the mail or reach out to us indicating they want to vote or decline, then we are required to keep them on that pending list and mail them a ballot for each general election cycle for 2 cycles. And that ballot will include information to allow them to register and vote at the same time.
Got it. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much for your round. And now we'll go to Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Chairperson Bonds. And Director, I'll just jump right in. Before I go to questions, I just want to level set how ranked choice voting works. I think many assume people understand, but what's the least amount of candidates needed to implement ranked choice voting in any given race?
3.
And what's the maximum amount of voters or candidates, rather, voters who will be able to rank in a race?
Well, the maximum number of candidates in the contest, there's no maximum there, but voters can rank up to 5.
So if there are 7,
they can rank 5.
They will rank
7.
5 and not
Correct.
rank the other 2.
Correct.
Got it. How many rounds will there be to select a winner in a ranked choice voting race?
We will continue to have rounds until a candidate crosses that 50% threshold.
Okay, so that could be 3 rounds or 10.
Correct.
What might result in a ballot getting thrown out or not counted?
Similar to what happens now. So if you have an overvote, so if someone.
So I rank 2 candidates as my number 1 choice.
Correct.
And so does that then mean my vote doesn't get counted?
Correct. But we do provide those statistics, and we have historically provided overvotes and undervotes.
And would my vote not get counted for that first round or all subsequent rounds as well?
I mean, it depends. I'm not sure.
So if I voted for 2 candidates as my number 1 choice, but one as 2, 3, 4, 5, so on, my ballot would get thrown out in that first round, but would my vote count in subsequent rounds should
you go to
they
other
exist?
rounds?
Yes.
It depends on the numbers of those subsequent votes. And so there are also issues with skipping. So all of these
and these are things you will spell out in your regulations.
Absolutely, because we want to make sure voters are clear about that. But there are different ways to mismark a ballot. So some you may overvote a contest, that you may skip and go to something else. So there are a lot of different permutations on how a ballot can be filled out and what that means as far as the validity of that vote.
Okay.
But the statute does indicate which votes will not count for any candidate. Inactive ballots, undervotes. The statute does articulate what will lead to your ballot being not counted for any candidate.
Understood. Okay, switching gears. Direct question. Do you have sufficient resources to implement ranked choice voting in the 2026 primary election?
Kind of a tricky question. And I say that because in FY 2026, quite honestly, we've been told that we will be facing some budget cuts, as all DC government agencies are. We also know that for once, we are not likely to receive federal funding. In the past, we've always relied on Help America Vote Act funding.
Jumping in
And
just for the
so-
sake of time, and to explain what's behind this question, there was a debate on the council. We passed this bill, it was fully funded, I think to the tune of $421,000. There were some that asserted that's not enough money. Well, the CFO scored it, worked with the Board of Elections. And so I'm asking, do you have sufficient resources to implement?
To stand up technically ranked choice voting so that it appears on the June 2026 ballot, we can do that. Ranked choice voting can appear on the ballot. Now, the
So it's safe to
that
say you do have sufficient resources to implement
place it
it.
on the ballot. Now, the question becomes, of course, how much voter education and outreach are you doing? The question may become, what are we going to do to...
So I'm going to ask one more time. So the question I asked, do you have sufficient resources to implement ranked choice voting in the DC primary election in 2026?
It's implementing, meaning we will have it on the ballot successfully?
And everything involving education, outreach, making sure that it goes well in DC.
I mean, it's hard to give a yes or no. And the reason I say that is more time, more money means more touch points. So we will absolutely be able to engage in a voter education outreach campaign, but as far as, how robust that campaign is going to be, that will depend on dollars.
Understood. I'm going to ask these just quickly. Do you have sufficient time to implement ranked choice voting in the primary of 2026?
We can stand it up and it can be on the June ballot with no problem. Again, time, it's a numbers game.
Do you have sufficient staff to implement ranked choice voting?
We do, provided that, it's understood that we get an overtime budget, which we don't currently have because we typically engage in overtime activities during any election cycle. And so we're currently working with the budget office to ensure we have overtime hours. Can we use more people? We always can use more people. I've argued that we've been understaffed in certain areas for a while, but we make it happen. And that's because of the dedication of our staff.
Okay. You mentioned working with a vendor in order to implement ranked choice voting. Have you identified who that vendor will be?
The vendor working with our touchscreen is ES&S.
Is there going to be a vendor for outreach and engagement?
We have a statement of work to assist with implementation services. And so that vendor has not been identified.
Okay. Can you share that statement of work with us? Not necessarily now, but with the committee?
I don't know all of the rules around contracts and procurement. I don't think that would be a problem, but assuming that.
We're not trying to influence, but what I'm interested in is
Yes.
what is in the scope of work?
Yep.
What are you laying out that you want someone to assist with? I think that would be really important to know. Something else that has come up is this concept of a pilot, that ranked choice voting should be implemented on a pilot basis before going wholesale across the district. Can you respond to that?
I don't know what a pilot would look like. When you say pilot, are you saying one
I don't know what it means. I'm just trying to lift up the questions I've heard in community or on the council and with others. And so let me ask directly, is there a need to run a pilot ranked choice voting scenario before going, before implementing it across the district in the primary 2026?
Yeah, I think that would depend on how you're defining pilot, because you're saying to stand up a pilot before. So I don't know if a pilot is saying it would just be applicable to one race or one contest or
Sure, let's say that, but is that necessary? It sounds like you're disagreeing with the idea that a pilot would be necessary.
Without more information, I don't see how that would necessarily
And
be
did the
helpful.
other jurisdictions you're working with implement a pilot before?
No jurisdiction I talked to discussed the pilot.
Got it. Okay, so I'm clear. So a pilot is not necessary. All right, I'm switching gears. And these are some of the questions I've received from Ward 5 community members. What is the current staffing level assigned specifically to ranked choice voting education? And what surge staffing plan exists for outreach in senior facilities, shelters, hospitals, drug treatment facilities, et cetera?
when you say assigned to ranked choice voting, again, I want to just be clear, our voter education and outreach division is not dedicated to ranked choice voting. So just to be clear about that. But we have 5 individuals who are in our voter education and outreach division. And so they have a plan, they have contacts, they have information that speaks directly to their points of contact. So when it deals with unhoused populations, they have a cadre of entities they traditionally work with. When it comes to seniors, they have a cadre of facilities, rehabilitation centers. And so that has traditionally been part of our outreach plan, whether it's ranked choice voting or any other endeavor we're rolling out. So if you want a list of those specific entities, I can provide that to you.
Yes,
But we
that would
do
be helpful.
Okay.
And who is the manager of the outreach division? You mentioned
Yes, that would be LaDon White.
LaDon White. Got it. Do you have a target or estimate? I know you mentioned there are roughly 50 engagements you're doing now. It sounds like that's pre-ranked choice voting conversation. Do you have a target of how many of these outreach events you'll be doing on a monthly basis?
50 is pretty much the high point when we are out in the community. We know we're going to have a lot of touch points, and those 50 events, those are primarily with our voter education outreach division. But as I said, this is going to be an endeavor where it's all hands on deck. And so individuals who have the ability and the capacity will absolutely join in these efforts.
Last question. How will you know you're successful at outreach? I know you say you're going to collect feedback, but how do you know we've reached the majority of residents, the majority of residents are clear, we're good to go on the primary?
To be honest, I don't know that you can ever say the majority of residents are clear. I don't know that you can ever say that you've truly reached the majority of evidence with any endeavor, because we can only make the attempt. We can tell you with whom we've engaged. We can give you numbers with whom we've engaged. But as far as making an assessment, as far as understanding, I can tell you that, that's not going to happen with 100% certainty.
No, I get that. And I'm over time. I'm going to wrap up here. What would make me more comfortable is to say our goal is to have 25 outreach events this month. Did we reach our goal? And it doesn't seem like you're committing yet to a goal for outreach and programming, and that's fine. It sounds like you all are still developing that. And so it would be helpful as you develop that to just be clear on what does success look like to let you all know you're on track to meeting your goal. Thank you, Chairperson Bonds.
Thank you very much. And now we'll turn to Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, thank you so much for your testimony. First of all, I want to say I'm very excited to hear about the extensive and thoughtful education campaign you've all planned for ranked choice voting. Everything I'm hearing about the lab to the mock ballot tools on the website to all the events sound like they'll be really helpful for our residents. As you mentioned, BOE has implemented all sorts of changes to voting over the years. So I'm wondering how BOE has been able to use this past experience to inform the efforts to implement RCV.
I think one of the things we're used to doing is the process we're going through right now, kind of making sure we finalize that initial roadmap, but allowing enough flexibility within that roadmap to adjust as necessary. And one of the biggest resources we have, of course, my election administrators in other jurisdictions. One of the things I say, I love our elections community because we roll up our sleeves and we help each other. And as I've mentioned, other election directors, individuals from other offices have said, we can come down, we can meet with your staff, we can assist with training. Here are samples of our materials. We have graphics on our website. We have videos on our website. This information is not proprietary. Please take a look at it. Anything we can do. We can even have our technology person come down and meet with your technology person and walk through some of the challenges we had and some of the things we had to adjust. And so knowing that we have support from individuals who've already been in these shoes, that's very helpful to us as we finalize our plans and really begin to hit the ground running in earnest come January 1. I think that even though we're having an event in December, we will use that event also to refine and also take questions, because one of the agenda items on that during that event is to provide suggestions to us. And so I think that's very important. We need to listen to residents and listen to voters and take cues from them as far as what is effective. So I really believe, even though we're working on finalizing this plan, it will continue to be a living, breathing document, and we'll have to make adjustments along the way. And we're used to doing that. We've had to do that in the past.
Great. Love to hear it. You mentioned you've done some outreach to the Office of A&Cs, which is great because every year we have an election pretty much is an A&C year. So thank you for doing that. In Ward 1, it's the first time that we've had an open seat for almost 45 years. So we see a lot of candidates in the race already. Do you have an opportunity to do education specifically for candidates that are going to be on the ballot about how they can educate the voters they're encountering? I mention it not to get us political here, but mainly because candidates and their campaigns are going to be the ones talking to more voters probably than any of us. And so it's a real opportunity there for them to help with the education efforts.
Absolutely. As we've talked to other jurisdictions, working with candidates and elected officials has been a key part of the success of this. And it's particularly important for us to educate candidates because we need to ensure the correct information is being disseminated to voters and potential voters. And we have talked to other jurisdictions who've had issues with candidates providing mis and disinformation to candidates. And so we know that it's going to be incredibly important, and we really want to make sure we are sharing our informational materials. And when we have candidate pickup, we will have materials around ranked choice voting to share with candidates to make sure that they are giving the proper information. And another thing we're trying to encourage, we don't want candidates necessarily and individuals answering a lot of questions if they're not sure. We really need to make sure that we are seen as the trusted source around this and controlling the narrative to ensure consistency and accuracy with the message.
That's great. Well, please consider me a partner, and I'd love to do an event with the Board of Elections in Ward 1 just to get information out to all voters and all candidates so they have the information they need, because we're clearly going to be doing some ranking over here, and want to make sure that our voters are fully informed and feel confident when they're filling out their ballots. So please sign me up. We can do an event whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
You've tried to answer this question throughout this roundtable around funding. Do you feel that you have the funding to do all the outreach you're planning?
Well, one thing I will say, we did ask for more money than $421,000 that we received.
Okay.
So I will, say that some things that were not anticipated in that $421,000, just ballot size. Because given the number of candidates we're likely to have, and given the fact that many of the contests, if not the majority of the contests on this ballot, will require voters to rank them, that takes up a lot of real estate. And so it is very unlikely we'll be able to use a 14-inch ballot, which is kind of the standard ballot size we've used in the past. And so we'll have to probably go up to a 17-inch ballot or possibly even a 19-inch ballot. And as we've had conversations with our mail house, as far as mailing ballots, that will definitely incur additional costs. Also, since we did the fiscal impact statement, postage costs have gone up. And so that was not anticipated when we received the funding for the council. So there are definitive things I can address that weren't necessarily anticipated with that the FIS that we provided. But even with the FIS we provided, we did not get the full funding that we had asked for.
How much did you request?
I want to say it was closer, adding up the pre-election year and then the current election year, because I think at the time we did FY 2024, FY 2025 and FY 2026. And I think we just got the funding level for the FY 2026. So I would have to add those up. But then also for ongoing, I think we had about $70,000 just for ongoing materials. And I think yearly, I think we only received like $39,000. So I can get the specifics about that. And then in the event we do any type of official study, I know we indicated that that would be between $250,000 and $300,000. And that was information we provided as well.
Okay. Okay. And I know we did send over 50,000 for the education. I think that is what you initially requested, but I'd love to see sort of whatever all the numbers are so that we can get you situated.
Absolutely.
Okay. But essentially these are implementation costs, not necessarily outreach costs, but the cost of printing and postage, or is printing the same regardless of the size of the ballot?
No, the postage would increase based on the size of the ballot and based on the number of pages in the ballot. And so right now, just based on, and of course, we don't have any official candidates right now because, candidate
Haven't done
pickup isn't
petitions
until
yet.
January. Yes.
Yeah.
But based on the individuals who have given an indication they're going to run for office, we know we are expecting quite a few candidates in some of the races. And so we are planning for a multi-page ballot at this point.
Okay. Okay. In the time that I have left, just want to get on the record. So there's been some discussion about a dedicated team for RCV. I just wanted to confirm the Board of Elections typically has not had a dedicated team to set up new voting initiatives, including automatic registration and mail-in voting.
That is correct.
Okay. And in your conversations with other jurisdictions, have they mentioned independent implementation teams being needed or dedicated teams being needed?
I know a lot of jurisdictions have been very well funded to stand up ranked choice voting, but I can't say an implementation team has specifically been addressed in my conversations with them.
Understood. Well, thank you very much for your testimony today and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have many questions, but my colleagues are here, so I will move to Councilmember Brooke Pinto.
Great. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Bonds and Director. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us today. I know a lot of my colleagues have asked a lot about the education component. And so I just want to understand from your perspective as we think about any software that may be in the development process, kind of where that stands to ensure that the votes can be tabulated and if there are any testing of that software planned.
As far as tabulation, we are kind of working in the order of our efforts. And so we have been focused on our website and the materials we're rolling out as far as graphics around education. And then we're working on the ballot and real estate and what the ballot in DC would look like. And so as far as audit and tabulation, we've given some thought about that. But in earnest, we will not really begin to unpack what that looks like until our ES&S vendor is on site, because they are the vendor for our touchscreen machine, but also for our tabulation equipment. So that will not happen in earnest until December.
Until December. Okay. Okay. And one of the things you said earlier when you were speaking, I think it was to Councilor Felder, you said, we don't usually consider like, oh, if we have an entire team for something, just the legislation is passed and then it's funded and we implement it. Did I hear you correctly?
And that is correct. I can say we often are provided with new legislation or an initiative, and it's our job to figure out how to make it happen. And we don't typically get a new team or a new unit to allow us to stand up a new effort. And I, don't want to say that we never get additional staff. For instance, I mentioned with the AVR expansion, we did get an FTE and we're currently recruiting for that person. When we stood up the Restore the Vote legislation, we did get an additional person to help with overseeing that effort. So it's not as though we get zero funding or zero FTEs, but as far as the appreciation of a unit dedicated to that effort, that is not typically something that we enjoy.
Right. Okay. But in terms of the costs associated with this bill that we did fund in the budget, what will those costs go towards?
The $421,000 we received, some of that would go to the implementation statement of work that I mentioned earlier. And we did receive some rough figures as far as what that would cost based on the number of voters within a jurisdiction. And for that implementation assist, for a jurisdiction with less than 2 million registered voters, the implementation support fee, we've been told, will probably only run about $20,000. And there are a lot of services that national entities provide at no cost, and a lot of technical assistance that is available at no cost. And of course, our election jurisdictions are providing assistance and phone calls and materials at no cost.
Has the Board of Elections put out an affirmative statement to the public explaining that this election in 2026 will be a ranked choice voting election?
We have just a banner on our website indicating that ranked choice voting is coming to the District of Columbia. As far as defining what that means and having multiple graphics that explain it in detail, that has not been rolled out at this time.
And why is that?
We've just been actually juggling a lot of different things. At the head of FY 2026 in October, we knew we had to actually begin implementing AVR expansion and working with DMV and getting our materials ready, because we knew those lists were coming over to us with pending voters beginning October 1. And even though we did get funding for an FTE for that position, we did not get that money until the FY 2026 budget. There were a lot of issues with DCHR, a lot of issues with our budget office. And so we were not able to get that position posted until 2 weeks ago. And so that meant our current staff had to take those thousands of voters that came over, find a way to process, get letters out so that we could begin the implementation we were required to do for that. So we've been doing implementation of different pieces of legislation simultaneously. And even though I started my contact with jurisdictions over the summer at National Association of State Election Director meeting, I took advantage of that opportunity to meet with election directors in person who were there, who've implemented ranked choice voting and collecting notes. But it really is a group effort. So there's no reason for a delay, and I wouldn't even call it a delay. We're just moving forward with the capacity we have, and then just making sure that we're able to talk to as many experts and jurisdictions, because one of the things that is abundantly clear, there's no one size fits all for ranked choice voting. And I think in the district, we're finding that we are going to have the most robust rollout of ranked choice voting, because a lot of other jurisdictions may only do it for the primary, some may only do it for the general, some only do it for local or municipal races. But we're pretty much charged with doing it for pretty much every contest for every election we administer. So it really is requiring a significant lift. And so we want to make sure we're being thoughtful to ensure we're addressing everything that needs to be addressed in a responsible and thoughtful manner.
Okay, and when it comes to the general election, can you walk us through how that will work for the races that may have several independent options, but one Democratic nominee?
As far as who's a Republican, who's a Democrat, they will all be on the ballot, and voters will be able to rank their choices on the general election ballot as they see fit, up to 5. And so whether or not there can be any mixture, and as that is now, when you get to the general election ballot, you don't vote by party. So as far as how they rank based on independent versus D versus R, what have you, that is not a factor.
Okay, so it would be very similar to how the current at-large races are in the general election. You just would have more ranking options.
Correct. They would just be listed on the ballot in the order determined by the ballot lottery.
Okay, and then for the primary, is it similarly? You can rank up to 5?
Correct.
Got it. Okay, so as you all think about expanding your training and education, like what considerations go into that process of who you're reaching, how you're determining if that information is getting through? What does that follow-up plan look like?
As we develop the plan, we will, of course, begin rolling it out, but we will get feedback. We will take suggestions. We've done that in the past. We will continue to do that. We have entities that we've reached out to, new entities, and even one being the Georgetown School of Public Policy is very interested in working with us on this endeavor, and involving students who work in there with disability populations. And so we will develop a plan, but we know as we begin implementing that plan, we'll have to be flexible. And I think taking the lead from other jurisdictions, and other jurisdictions have been very good in sharing their plan to roll it out. They've all said it in some ways, it begins with the candidate, because the candidates have kind of the first point of contact with the voters, and voters want to hear what the candidates have to say. And when you're required to rank candidates, I think it's going to be more important for voters to hear from candidates. And so if candidates are assisting with being on message with our informational materials, I think that that is and can be an important part of that education effort.
Okay, but when is that press release to begin the education effort more earnestly set to begin?
It will probably be right after the holidays, before candidate pickup in January. We are beginning our outreach efforts in December, as I mentioned, with a workshop on December 6th. We are talking to other jurisdictions and gathering some strengths, weaknesses around some of the things that they have done and some of the challenges they've had with materials, and refining those materials. We have draft FAQs. And one of the things we don't want to do, we don't want to pretend like we have all the answers at Board of Elections. And so another piece of our process before we finalize materials, we want to share those materials so that individuals can have an opportunity to look at them. It's one thing when you've been looking at something over and over again, and because I've had to do a deep dive into RCV, I would like to think I'm more educated than the average DC resident. So things are going to be a little more obvious to me than someone who's looking at it for the first time. So we know we're going to have to bring people in, do some beta testing, look at our language, look at the materials. Is it clear? Is it understandable? And actually see what they are interpreting when they look at those materials. So that is absolutely going to be part of our process as we refine our materials and share them with the population.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Director. Thank you, Chairwoman Bonds.
Thank you very much. Before we move on, I just have a couple of questions that I really need answers to. Madam Director, you indicated that there are many that are interested in assisting, helping to get the word out, helping with the education process. And so my question then is, you are speaking to us about December the 6th being the beginning of the rollout, particularly focused on ranked choice voting and the other piece of legislation that we're trying to implement, automatic voter registration. So my question is, in developing your plan of those activities that the board will do, and perhaps even do them assisted by other organizations, have you developed a schedule, or when will you have such a schedule ready of actual venues that people can participate in? And then when will you train the trainers? Because these organizations are likely to want to spread the word. And then the talking points, uniformity, that you want to make sure that the information is accurate and the information is delivered appropriately, not just, Q&A, but just in general, if someone is going to present on behalf of this project that we're doing now, the new way in which we're voting and the consideration, and then the materials. In other words, and then the resources, your staff. You said that your staff may need overtime. You said that the staff, including yourself, will be all hands on deck doing this. Can't be all hands on deck because we have other parts of the Board of Elections implementation that is more than just telling the voters how. So when will we have a concrete sense of where you're going with it? And then your council indicated that, there are policy decisions that you have to make. I'm assuming these are policy decisions that the board will be making, the board members. Right now, you have 2 board members. And once Congress approves the 2026 budget, we will actually we'll have 5 board members. So I'm trying to put all of this, you have a heavy lift, and I'm trying to understand how you'll get this done. And as some of my colleagues have gone on record saying, I know the board can do it. I know it's not the board, it's the whole city that has to be involved in this. I know you can do it too. But how are we going to get it done? What is the schedule for getting it done? And what has to come to bear? Yes, dollars and cents. I'm sure my colleagues have budgets where they can just slash a piece off and give it to you. I don't have that kind of money. I wish I did. But my point is, there are a lot of variables, and I'm trying to understand the variables sincerely.
Yes.
Because if we're going to do this, I would like very much for the plan to work. And when we talk about someplace like Santa Fe, New Mexico, 37,000 residents, I think we're trying to get close to 1 million residents, so it's a little different. So I don't see how that can even, yeah, you can maybe do that in 2 months, but I don't know if you can do it here in 2 months. And we have all these holidays, we have all these other events and things that happen in the normal course of business. I'm trying to comprehend this. I came to the table, just so you know, I came to the table today thinking that we're gonna do it and we're gonna hear, got every piece, but it's not quite that simple. And
Agreed.
your understanding of how and what needs to happen is very important for us to have a successful opportunity. So
Yes.
that
That
what's
was
your timeline?
Yes,
What are we rolling
yes.
out
Well,
here?
that was a lot, but I think I tried to take some notes as you were talking. So one, we're definitely on the same plan, same page. We need a plan that works. So that's a given. When I say all hands on deck, I don't necessarily mean all hands in the community doing voter education and outreach. There may be people who are designated to read this material. What does this say? Is this clear? People who aren't as close to it, some of our data entry staff members do not deal with the mechanics of some of this on a daily basis. So we may use them for beta testing or looking at materials, or is this clear? So when I say all hands on deck, I don't mean all BOE employees will be engaged in voter education and outreach in the field. So just to clarify that statement. As far as the trainer, we really hope that we're not training people to actually engage in voter education and outreach on our behalf. We want to work with people. We have materials that we will provide. We want individuals to, make sure they're handing out the materials. We'll have FAQs. We will provide some basic education, but we don't have, as part of our plan, to have ambassadors who are serving as BOE agents, assisting us with the same body of knowledge as those who work at the Board of Elections. So that's not the expectation. And I think that would be challenging, because then it would be hard to make sure that we are having consistency with the messaging. As far as talking points and FAQs, we have those in draft. And so again, we're beginning to test those with staff, have people look at them. What do you see when you read this? We found that, just beta testing and talking to citizens who don't really have a knowledge of this has been helpful. We did that as we prepared our automatic voter registration expansion materials and letters that went out. And we had to modify those materials significantly due to lack of clarity around some of the information we were giving. As far as the schedule, that schedule will absolutely have to be developed before candidate pickup. That is the goal. We are refining it as we talk to other jurisdictions. But to your point, even with Santa Fe, I continue to say there is no one size fits all with ranked choice voting. And we know that. And that's one of the things that we have to make sure we're messaging, because even if you go on YouTube and you're going to educate yourself, it's like, I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to figure this out. I don't need to go to that town hall. I don't need to, go to that outreach event. There's so many materials when you go to YouTube, and all of those materials do not necessarily align with how it's working in the District of Columbia. So again, we need to make sure that we are bringing people back to our materials, our website, what we're rolling out, and really looking at us as the trusted source as we explain ranked choice voting. And as far as your policy question, I'm going to defer to my general counsel.
So when I'm talking about policy, I'm talking about decisions that have to be made in terms of what will an audit look like? What will, we know, because these terms have been defined in the statute, we know which votes will not count. We can explain that to the voters, but there are some like between the lines type decisions that have to be made that again will be fine-tuned because we have been working on regulations with respect to that and with respect to AVR, and they will have to be fine-tuned based on what feedback we get from vendors, what, like, you know, in terms of how the ballot will be designed. We want to codify those into regulations. Will there be all of the how will we do the ballot layout? Will all of the ranked choice voting contests be on one card, be it two-sided? Will it be the non-ranked choice voting contest be on another card? Like, how will it all look? So we're finalizing those decisions as we go. What will the audit look like depending on what the contest is? Those are things that are still being worked out. And these are not decisions that I think need to be made by the big B board, the 3 members or the 5-member board. These are decisions that can be made by the day-to-day staff who are interacting with these jurisdictions and learning about best practices in other jurisdictions as we go. And once decisions of the range of decisions that can be made in terms of how things will operate in DC are made, then the regulations can be formed using that as a baseline.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm now going to turn to our latest colleague that's joined us, Councilmember Charles Allen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And thank you very much. Good to see everybody from the board. On Saturday morning, I got up early and I decided, let's go take a stroll down memory lane. So I went back and I rewatched the November hearing from 2021. And Director, that was your first hearing as the director, and it was on ranked choice voting. So I know that you and the board have been looking at this issue for a number of years. And so there will be issues that we want to be trying to work through. We want to help support you through, but whether those issues are 6 months away or 6 years away, we know there are issues to continue to partner with. So I wanted to go through, actually, as I went through that hearing, I'm disappointed when I hear some folks, it seems, kind of question the ability of the Board of Elections to implement something. I have seen our board be able to implement vote by mail, be able to make significant implementation of how we've expanded voting rights in our city, do it quite well, and do it very thoughtfully. So I begin with a very high level of confidence in the board's capacity. Some of the same issues, though, seem to have come up in the hearing 4 years ago. So I just wanted to kind of walk through a couple of them. So one of the questions that got asked during the testimony in that hearing 4 years ago was tabulation was going to be very difficult. Tabulation of the voting was going to be very difficult. And in response, you said Board of Elections believes this, quote, should not be a problem, meaning getting the required equipment necessary for tabulation, for software. Does that still hold true today? You have confidence that the tabulation is one the Board of Elections is going to be able to complete?
Yes, and we have talked to other vendors and other jurisdictions and jurisdictions that use the same vendor and the same equipment we use. And so in talking through to them about the ES&S equipment and using RC Tab, we are confident that we can figure out the tabulation and then also the reporting of results. Yeah. That is going to be a little challenging as far as the display so that somebody can go to our website and understand the different rounds and who came off and just what that looks like. But again, fortunately, we don't have to recreate the wheel with that.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. We heard other public testimony 4 years ago that said Board of Elections is going to have to get rid of all the equipment you have, the voting machines, and have to buy all new equipment. And you said we would not have to scrap our machines. They all work. We just have to obviously work with a software update and make sure those vendors on board.
That
still
is correct.
True.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In terms of voter education, actually, I've already heard you say it today. You said, quote, you can't use broad strokes or methods for our voters, you're going to have to explore a number of opportunities. I think I heard you say essentially the same thing, of building out a robust plan that meets voters where they are. Some of that might be online and digital. Some of that's going to be in person. Some of that's going to be in the church basement. It's going to be in a lot of different ways. Does that still hold true, that that's your thought process, is a very broad
Absolutely.
approach?
Absolutely. We are always tailoring our voter education and outreach depending on where we go. We know some areas of the city are more likely to vote in person. Some areas are more likely to vote using their mail ballot. So we, think about our touch points. We think about digital divide. We, think about, unhoused. There are a number of different ways we address populations, even language access. So we are constantly having to modify our efforts based on each individual outreach engagement.
Excellent. And just for your staff members that are watching, because you're consistent. 4 years ago, you said, quote, "We have staff members that are engaged and capable." And I know that holds true today too. We also had questions 4 years ago around the integrity of the voting process itself. And you said, quote, "Our research doesn't give us any reason to question the integrity of the vote counting, tabulation, or the software we'd use."
Correct.
Still holds true.
Yes.
Okay. Public testimony also said, "We're concerned about the length of the ballot." And you said, quote, "We've had long ballots before based on candidates and initiatives." You did mention, for example, needing to think through, are we using a 14-inch? Are we using a 17-inch? Those are kind of the practical applications
Yes, and we
of
know
implementation.
we will likely have the longest ballot we've had in DC history with this. So, but we're prepared to move forward with that.
Okay. I heard one question earlier about this as well, but the same issue came up 4 years ago. Should we pilot some races, but not all, to test it out that way? And at the time, you said piloting some, but not others, would actually add confusion to the ballot. That tracks for me as well. 4 years ago, you tossed out one idea of, would you use ranked choice voting for a primary election or a general, but not within the same ballot?
Yes.
Does that make sense?
And it still could be a challenge because every contest, the way it's proposed in DC, will not necessarily be subject to ranked choice voting. So we may still have contests on the ballot, whether it's a pilot or not, that are ranked choice voted or traditional voting.
Exactly. If there's only one candidate, we're not going to have a ranked choice vote for that one. If you only have two, it's not ranked choice voting. So just the nature of some of the elections will lend itself to that, and others not. But that comes in your ballot formulation that you do. All right, I wanted to get to a couple other questions. You'd mentioned earlier when you said the budget that was provided will allow you to implement. I think I heard you say you'd never turn down more resources. So in terms of building out a more robust outreach education effort, you'd love to have some additional resources. But I also thought I heard you say that the mayor has attempted to cut your FY25 budget. Did I hear that correctly?
Well, we were told in initial budget hearings that DC government agencies would likely see a mid-year reduction in budget. So we should
mid-year FY25.
FY 2026.
Okay. So for the year we're coming up, a mid-year 26.
The year we're in, yes, FY 2026. We were asked to prepare for program pauses, program elimination, and possible cuts.
Okay.
I do not know if that's across the board with every agency, but we were just asked to kind of be prepared for the possibility.
All right. Board of Elections is an independent entity, though, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So you can't have a budget cut unless it comes to this council, unless council approved a budget cut to the Board of Elections, correct?
Yes, but as you know, we had a budget cut after we did our special election in FY 2025. We asked for $400,000 that would be needed to conduct the special election. We received the $400,000. We conducted the special election, and then before the end of FY 2025, our budget was slashed by $351,000.
So I think we would want to put on notice for anybody who wants to try, especially as we head into an election year, to cut the budget of the Board of Elections would be one of the most unwise moves I can imagine. But again, the council has appropriation authority. And so you can't just go cut agencies' funding that the council's already appropriated in the year. The mayor is certainly able to send us a supplemental budget to make changes to it, and then that gets debated and considered here. But I think there would be a lot of pushback on that.
Yes, and I can say we typically do get a lot of support, particularly during an election year.
Exactly.
And those things are typically understood. So I'm,
As it should be, right? Between
Yeah.
executive and legislative branch, everybody wants to see our elections work well
Yeah.
and make sure you get the resources you need. So to that regard, has the board made a reprogramming request to the mayor for any additional resources you feel like you need?
we have, we know that, and our BRT isn't until December, but we have requested overtime funds. Our FY 2026 budget does not include any money for overtime. We know for maintenance, ongoing maintenance costs for some of our voting equipment and systems that were initially given through capital funds, that we have not received money in our 2026 budget for those maintenance fees. And so there are a few items that we identified that we did provide to our budget team.
Okay,
And
so those
they're
are
aware of that.
those are pending reprogramming requests
Yes,
in front of the mayor's office.
yes.
Okay. So to our good friends from the mayor's office in Opla that are here, we know we have pending requests. Okay. And then one thing I want to make sure I understood, rightly, you pointed out, I think as with any election, until all the mail ballots have been returned, which can take up to 10 days after the election, the Board of Elections cannot put out a final tabulation. That's true today, even though obviously in a campaign, if the margin of victory for someone, for example, unofficially, people can say, yes, this election is over, so-and-so has won, or so-and-so concedes. But in the case of, let's say, a special election for a reason, as an example, and maybe 3 candidates are all very closely competitive with each other, and the margin is small, and so you have to wait. The Board of Elections can't announce a final tabulation until those 10 days with every ballot, because we believe every ballot counts. That's no different today than it would be once ranked choice voting is implemented, because you still have to wait. Now, if the margin is such that people can say, I reasonably believe I can claim victory, or if an opponent who says, I reasonably believe I'm going to concede, those are those choices they can make. But correct, we still have to wait 10 days for a final tabulation no matter what.
Right, and I will say, as with any election, it's not final until we certify the election. And so people, will speculate about winners, and so there could always be a change, even if there's a request for a recount in a very close election, that could change. And we've seen that with some of the ANCs with, small margins. Yes, but
Yeah.
we are also looking at a cadence, which is another thing we've heard from other jurisdictions, where it may not be a final tabulation, but they may do interim tabulation rounds just to continue to provide information to voters and interested parties.
Right.
And so, again, that's a messaging issue on our part. If we, do interim tabulations, we really have to let people know all of the ballots are not in. These results are subject to change. And so I think with everything, even with the expectation of final tabulation rounds not happening until 10 days after, messaging is going to be key.
Absolutely. Very quick question. Just the expectation would be, even though it's not final, in the same way that the Board of Elections posts initial results and show how many precincts are still outstanding, that would still remain the same, correct?
Well, with mail ballots, it's hard to know what's outstanding. So
I'm sorry, you're right, that you don't actually quantify how many, but it's clear to folks in the same way you do today. You have batches essentially that are
Yes.
released so that folks that are watching are getting a sense of what those results are, even though they're not final.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And thanks again to, I call her Dr. Evans because we're putting her through the ringer, so to speak. Dr. Evans, can you explain to us what overvoting and undervoting is? And what happens exactly when a voter undervotes or overvotes?
Yes, and we have overvoting and undervoting statistics with any election now. And so I would think that that would remain the same. But an overvote would be with the ballot now, if you have 4 candidates and I select 2 candidates and I can select up to 1. So that would be an overvote. My vote would not count. An undervote would be if I can vote for up to 2 candidates and I only select 1, or if I skip a contest or a question on the ballot altogether and don't provide any vote whatsoever in that contest. That would be an undervote. In some instances, voters are very adamant about engaging in the electoral process. And so they want to ensure they have vote history. And so a voter could actually submit a ballot that is completely blank if they don't have any particular favorite candidate that is on that particular ballot. And so they will submit a blank ballot to ensure they get voting history, but they have not selected any candidates. As far as ranked choice voting, if I'm ranking 5 candidates and I select 2 candidates as number 1, that would be an overvote. If I can rank up to 5 and there's 7 candidates in that contest and I only rank 2 of the candidates instead of ranking 5 of the 7, then that would be considered an undervote for those contests. Or if there is a contest I skip, so I skip a contest altogether, that would be an undervote in that contest where I don't rank anybody in that contest. And then I think if you skip one, is that
That's an inactive ballot,
inactive?
which is not counted.
Okay.
Okay, that, I guess that's where I am. I'm trying to figure out these varieties of under and over voting that may occur, and they do. Wondered what is counted in those contests?
Well, I can tell you what the statute says with respect to which ballots will not count
Sure,
for a candidate.
sure.
So undervotes will not count for any candidate. And in the context of ranked choice voting, that's when a ballot does not contain any candidates at any ranking in a particular contest. In terms of an inactive ballot, which will not count for a candidate, it's one on which no active candidate is ranked in a particular round. It contains an overvote at the highest ranking of active candidates in the round, or it contains 2 or more sequential skipped rankings before the highest ranked active candidate. So we'll explain this in lay terms to make the statute more user-friendly, or to make the rules around ranked choice voting user-friendly. But that does provide information on what's counted and what is not counted. And I think that in addition to the board saying, because we get a lot of questions about what candidates should say, or, and we don't necessarily generally speak to that, but we do think it's important for everyone, every stakeholder, to be able to say, this is how your ballot will count, this is how it won't count.
Yes, that's very important. And how would the ballot will still have space for write-ins, right?
It will, yes.
I guess I don't need to ask how will write-ins be tallied. Let's
right.
say the write-ins are, you get maybe the write-ins are in position 1 and not any of the other names on the ballot are ranked.
When you say the
I write in
Yeah.
Susie and I
Okay.
want Susie as number 1, and
then she will be the person
She
who
will
will fill
be
in
the
that
only-
oval for the first choice.
For that
Yes.
write-in,
Mhm.
yes.
And because her name will not appear probably on other ballots, it will be eliminated, correct?
It depends.
It
As you
depends.
know, we've had successful write-in campaigns in the District of Columbia. So if this is part of a successful write-in campaign, that individual could either go on to future rounds, or that person could be declared the winner.
All right, I just want to make it clear that write-ins are still a capacity in our elections.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because that had been a question that we got. Thank you. The tabulation of the ballots, and we have grown a little bit since 2021, as my colleague had mentioned. And we know more about tabulations and how they have worked in other parts of the country where they have used ranked choice voting. And so my question about tabulation is, where will the board publicly post how the tabulation will be handled? Will it be on the ballot itself, or will it be on an informational flyer, or will it be in the mail ballot packet that we will be putting out?
Well, one place we typically address tabulation is in the voter guide. So I would imagine we would continue to do that. We'll absolutely have it on our website as well. So anybody can view that information at any time by going to the website. As part of our voter education outreach strategy, we know we have to educate not just on what it means when you get this ballot, when you show up to the vote center, but we want to make sure people are comfortable with the entire process, because that's the only way we can ensure integrity, is that not just with me understanding how to cast my ballot, but also understanding what happens after I cast my ballot. And so we will need to have materials available, and that will be part of our education. It will not stop at, properly voting your ballot. So, definitely voter guide, definitely our website. And we'll address it when we go out into the community and talk to groups and make sure that that's part of our message. And of course, just setting the expectation around the timeline for that as well.
Can you talk a little bit about what you are deciding as it relates to perhaps having a vendor for outreach and the value of that process in order to inform or engage the public in this process? You had mentioned something a little earlier, you sort of alluded to.
Yeah, not really looking at a vendor for outreach, looking at a vendor for implementation services, someone who will help us design some of the tools, the graphics that we're using.
I see.
And that was the dollar figure that we have been given by an organization that kind of tracks what it would likely cost us to engage an organization in that part of our work.
All right. And so then I guess I'm hearing that the standards that you've applied or that the board has applied traditionally to inform the public about an election are those same props, promotional information that we can expect about ranked choice voting. It's like a new subject matter. Basically, right? Because you're not going to, are you going to wholesale that information or a piece of information about those individuals that are now eligible to vote because they signed up at the DMV? Are you going to combine whatever information that you put out in one flyer?
We likely will not do that because we don't want to confuse individuals. And then also just in what we have experienced, the more text dense something is, the less likely someone is to read it fully. And so we find that having information that is presented in a way where your eyes go to the pertinent information and you're able to, see the topic and then, drill down to get additional information once you see what it is. But we have been asked that question, and I really think that combining multiple topics in one informational mailer would probably be a disservice. Now, what we might do, and what we'll probably do, is during our in-person events, we can discuss the number of different things we're doing, because that will be an opportunity for us to further explain, and individuals will have an opportunity to ask questions. And I think you can't just give somebody a lot of text and expect them to really digest it. But if you have that in-person opportunity, you can give the information, allow Q&A, and provide it with more clarity if you need to.
All right. Leave that alone. All right. I wanted to talk a little bit about my so-called specialty. I see my colleague is still here. I wanted to talk about my specialty population, our seniors and those that need some extra assistance. But since my colleague is still with us, I will turn to him and then I'll come back to that.
Thank you, Chairperson. It seems like we're going to be here. I'm with you. Director, earlier you mentioned Santa Fe and talked about 3 months of implementation before ranked choice voting was rolled out. Do you know what the population of that location is?
Well, one thing I would say, I don't think
I'm sorry, it was mentioned.
Yes, it was mentioned. I don't think I proactively brought it up, but that was one of the jurisdictions we reached out to. And, there are a lot of differences, and that's why I say there's no one size fits all. So smaller population, but also they do not use it in the primary or the general election. They only do it for city council and mayor, which is an off-election year.
Got it. That was my point. So their population is 91,000. The district is almost 7 times larger than that.
So it's not.
It's comparing apples to oranges, right? In addition to that, now you did mention that you asked for more money from the council and the mayor. It wasn't given. You also noticed that you couldn't answer definitively in terms of what your readiness is. You said you can stand it up, but standing it up, making sure you have the right staff, the equipment, that's a whole new issue. My question is, do you have sufficient funding to conduct a robust education and outreach campaign that consists with best practices?
And I pause because we say best practices, and that is somewhat subjective.
But you've done,
you've
looked at other jurisdictions,
Yes.
you've done research, what, I would assume you.
Well, and I'll say best practices and robust, or, it's somewhat subjective. We can absolutely roll out a voter education and outreach campaign that I think would be appropriate to educate the residents of the District of Columbia. I think that we can absolutely make sure our equipment and our processes are in place that can support ranked choice voting. But the one thing that I've always said when it comes to voter education outreach, and which goes to when you say robust, more time means more touch points.
Okay.
So the longer the period of time you have, the more people you touch, the more events you can have.
Right. So if you need more money and more time, to me, if I'm listening, tuning in, that shows me, because you can't say definitively yes or no, that more time is needed. I will also say this. In every jurisdiction that successfully transitioned to ranked choice voting, such as Alaska, Minneapolis, Oakland, and New York City, election administration began with a formal needs assessment to determine their actual capacity, staffing, infrastructure, voter readiness language requirements, accessibility needs, and resource gaps. A needs assessment is considered industry best practices because it prevents rush implementation, identifies risk early, and informs budget, timelines, partnerships, and legal compliance. My question to you, Director, is has Elections conducted a comprehensive needs assessment to determine whether it has staff, infrastructure, voter education capacity, accessibility tools, language resource, or tabulation systems required for successfully implementing ranked choice voting by 2026?
We have not. And the one thing I will say is historically, we have never been given the time to conduct a needs assessment before anything we've been asked to do. We've been asked to do it, and we've been asked to do it. Period.
I would say,
So I just want to say that, it's not something that we routinely do because we have not historically had the luxury to do it.
I completely understand. And sure.
I will say one thing, though. The council has in the past, when it's been considering whether or not to implement legislation, and initiatives, of course, are legislation that becomes acts of the council, they have requested that a feasibility study be done prior to the implementation of such programs. So that is something that the council has done in the past by legislation.
Yeah, no, I get feasibility. Feasibility and needs assessment are two different things. In addition, the difference between now and back then, and that predates me on the council, but I will tell you, in a different fiscal climate, we had surpluses then. We don't have that now. So with that being said, to me, before we roll out something to this magnitude, I would think we need to do a needs assessment. So then my question is, has DC Board of Election determined which resources, personnel, or partnerships are needed to successfully support education, multilingual translation, accessibility, ballot usability, poll working training, and tabulation readiness? And if not, can you commit to me that a needs, or rather, would DC Board of Elections commit that a needs assessment is needed now before continuing to even move forward with ranked choice voting? How do you guys know what you need if, and listening to you, transparently speaking, there seems like it's revolving. There's many gaps, but a needs assessment will have identify a concrete assessment need that will give you what you need. So can y'all commit to the council that you will produce that before you guys move forward?
Will the council commit to funding a needs assessment?
So that seems like, as a council member, I will push that. That seems like that's what's needed before ranked choice voting is implemented.
I will say this, where we do not have the funding to conduct a needs assessment. Before we received funding for ranked choice voting, I was asked about the possibility of a needs assessment and asked about how much that would cost. And so we did do a projection, but in lieu of a needs assessment, what we've had to do is rely on the efforts of other jurisdictions, which is why other jurisdictions have said, we can help walk you through this process. We can help you identify the populations you need to talk to. We can help you with developing your informational materials. We can help you just think about things that you may not have thought about. So that's what we're doing with what we have right now.
And like I said, Director, I know that you've been tasked with an arduous task, right? It's unfair, to be honest with you. So should we move forward, I just want to make sure you have everything you need. Moving along, best practice jurisdictions maintain formal risk registers documenting operational risk such as voter confusion, ballot spoilage, tabulation errors, vendor spillage, language access failures, and define how risks are monitored and mitigated. My question, Director, is, has DC Board of Election completed a written risk assessment identifying ranked choice voting specific risks, including ballot design errors, vendor failures, accessibility violations, misinformation, tabulation delays, or certification disputes, and developing mitigation strategies for each of those.
That was a very long list, and I was not sure I got all of that down, in all honesty.
Vendor failure,
But I
accessibility.
will say,
You want to
but-
repeat it?
well, I was just going to say, I can answer the question that, no, we don't have
Okay.
a written assessment of all of that. But I also was not able to capture everything you've said. And some of what you said, even though it may not be in written form, we have gone through and done some sort of assessment on some of the items that you listed.
I will feel confident as a council member if we saw that before it is implemented. And I'm pretty sure some of my colleagues feel the same way. So if you do not have a risk register, could you answer who is responsible for risk mitigation during this election implementation?
There are different parts of it, quite honestly. And so it's not like a one size, it's like you have various points of our operation. You have the voter education and outreach piece. You have the ballot design piece. You have the engagement with our vendors to ensure RC tab and the tabulation software is proper. You have to look at, and unfortunately, we won't know what the ballot will look like until we are at the point of conducting the ballot lottery to determine final candidates. So you have someone looking at that piece. So there's a lot with what you said, and it's not one person looking at anything.
So if there's no one person to ensure that it is effectively rolled out.
Well, ultimately, I will say I'm responsible.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, there's
So,
an
yes,
organization.
ultimately, I'm responsible, but when it comes to, some of the technical requirements, I'm working in conjunction with my other managers
Okay.
at Board of Elections.
So a follow-up, how and when will contingency plans be shared with the council and the public?
I don't know that we necessarily have had a plan or been asked to share those, but if you want us to share plans, we can do that. But this is, I guess, the first I'm hearing that you want those plans
absolutely.
shared. So, I mean, typically we share, information on our website. And upon being asked, I always say, we operate with transparency. So I'm not trying to hide anything. Even when we, go through our logic and accuracy testing with ranked choice ballots for the first time, as with any LNA process, the public's invited. So, it's not anything we are unwilling to provide, but if people have a desire to get information, we will make that information available.
Gotcha. And you mentioned your website. I only saw ranked choice voting.
Yeah, it's not
coming.
developed.
Yeah.
It's not, but we will have a section on our website that will have graphics, that will have an interactive tool, but admittedly, it's not there yet.
So my final question this round is, does Board of Elections have an election day response protocol for ranked choice vote and specific failures?
Not at this time.
Gotcha. Chairperson, I will pause into the next round.
Thank you very, very much. And I really want to add to the spirit of the comments made by my colleagues today. This will be a new methodology for voting in the District of Columbia. In the past, we walk in, we mark, one person per contest. This is different, absolutely different. And so there is a lot of sensitivity to that fact alone. And the questions that we're asking really point to the significance of a needs assessment, significance of even the feasibility and the process that you would use to do implementation. The questions are designed to help us as a community. It is not anything else. Want to make sure that we're going to do this in this place called the nation's capital, that what we do will be good as gold. It will be solidified. And so we're very, very concerned about all of the aspects. of voting in general. But for this particular contest, it is very, very important that as much as possible, everything is in play and that we try to think about all the different elements. Now, one of my colleagues mentioned, oh, you don't have to wait for the people to develop mock, contests to think about where we're going to go and the possibilities. We can use fruit, we sure can. And so to that extent, the questioning is about, have we anticipated this? What do we do if that happens? And so we're just trying to get up to speed as quickly as possible. In my opinion, we're not there yet. We're just not there yet. And we're not there yet because I want you to be assured that you have everything that you need. Today, you're revealing that you know you don't have the dollars that you need. That's an area that maybe, as I said earlier, some of my colleagues have budgets where they can slice off, ask for reprogramming so that you can get it. You know what the budget process is. You're about to go into the new budget planning session. You're still considered an executive agency, so you have to go through that planning. We can't just unilaterally, make it so. But some might think they can do that. We don't have that kind of power. We're not omnipotent. We still, go through a system in this government. Thank God for that. But my point too is that whatever it is that you think you need, or you think or anticipate, going awry based on previous contests that you've done, where you needed just a little more of this, that, or the other, poll pads, whatever they are, we need to know, because I don't want anyone coming after the District of Columbia and say, you tried to do this and you didn't have all the pieces in place. So that is the nature of this discussion. My colleagues have been very clear in some of their questioning. They've, of course, taken a lot of my thunder, but that's okay. We're colleagues, so I'll live with that. But there are a lot of questions that we just don't have answers to. And I'm not sure that you can provide them until you have at least articulated a plan of action.
Yes, and one of the things that, I did mention in my testimony, which I think is important, we have asked for new touchscreen machines through our vendor ES&S. And that was something we previously had, and we were not funded. So we do have the DS300s and we have the poll pads. And with our Express Vote machines from ES&S being, 10 years old, we saw lags in the 2024 general election cycle with those touchscreen machines. We already know that in-person voting and even mail ballot voting, but voting will inherently take longer because it takes longer to rank 5 candidates than it does to rank 1, particularly if you have not done all of your homework and you don't go in with a vote plan where you know exactly which candidates you're going to rank where. And so with delays at our touchscreen machines and even with the paper ballot voting, we, have said we are trying to get new equipment. So, you're asking about what we need to be successful, that will significantly affect wait times. And as you know, a frustration of voters, has historically been the amount of time it takes to vote in person. Now, I know we will be able to minimize some of that because we are mailing a ballot to everyone. And I hope people will, even if they plan to vote in person, look at that ballot before they get to a vote center and devise a vote plan, because that does cut down on that in-person time. However, just logistically, it's going to take a little longer. So as we're thinking about deploying more equipment to vote centers, and as we want to have the best equipment and the most up-to-date software on that equipment, I think that is something that can help us move in the direction of success with those vote centers.
Thank you very much for that, because it's, as I think about the special population that I'm concerned with, our seniors and those that may have some disability, in order to be able to embrace this new way where, no, you don't just mark for one, you get to rank them, and just that concept itself, reaching and understanding is so important. So I wanted to ask, how will the board measure voter understanding? That is, and in like pre and post surveys, are you going to do teach back tests? Are you going to ensure, how do you ensure that seniors in particular can correctly explain and execute the process?
One thing I will say, it's an impossible task to ensure 100% understanding with 100% of the voters. And we've seen that. We do the best we can, and we don't just try to do one thing. I think someone reached out to me and said, you can't just send a mailer to someone and expect people to understand. And we would never do that. And so we know that we're going to have multiple touch points. When we are in communities and we have those ballots, we will be able to see real time if people are voting those ballots correctly. If they understand the process, they will, be able to see it, touch it. As I mentioned, we already have, a sample ballot that, articulates what it's going to look like, even though we don't have a ballot with the actual candidates for the upcoming primary election. And so part of it is just helping people become familiar with what they're going to see, what they have to look like, and have them practice with it. And a lot of this will be interactive. And not only will we have in-person engagements, we will have virtual engagements. We, will have the voting equipment out there. We're not expecting that necessarily everybody will understand it the first time. When I read the legislative text for the very first time, I had questions. And so I had to read it again just to make sure I understood all of the nuances. And so we want people to be informed. Of course, a voter does not need to be informed at my level and know what it's going to take to, work with a vendor to get a graphic on a website and to roll out an educational campaign. But I do want people to feel empowered and to feel as though they understand it. And we don't want to sow seeds of confusion. And that's one of the reasons we have been very thoughtful about touch points with as many jurisdictions. And even though I listed the jurisdictions we've already talked to, we're also have touch points upcoming with Maine and Utah. So there are other jurisdictions that have implemented it. So it's not as though we've gone to one jurisdiction and taken what they've said and used that and, we decided to run with it. We went to Arlington County and viewed their most recent election in November. We were able to talk to people voting. We were able to talk to the staff. We were able to see what some of the pain points were when they first rolled it out. And they talked about their challenges. They shared their informational materials. They also shared some things we need to be careful about as far as misinformation and disinformation with how some candidates were explaining the process to voters, which was in essence causing overvotes. And so now that we have a better understanding of some of the things we need to address, it's helping us to roll out a more thoughtful process.
Madam Director, are you telling me that you have the ingredients for putting together a plan of action that will include a lot of feedback that you've received from other jurisdictions so that we pretty much can move forward with this process, knowing that it will be 50% positive, 80% positive, 90% positive.
Are you asking me?
Yes, ma'am.
To be honest, that's speculation, and I don't have a crystal ball. I don't think there's any way I will ever know how anything we roll out will be, 90 versus 50% positive. And as you know, we have a history of having to try things and refine them. There have been processes in the district that have not been perfect, but I offer up there's no such thing as perfect. I offer up that, sometimes you have to, even with our voter education and outreach and, my messaging about being flexible, when we roll out the plan, once it's finalized, there may be things that don't work in the district, things that don't resonate with our voters. And so we may have to refine or change. And so that is the posture we're used to working in. That's kind of the nature of elections. It's often said there's no such thing as a perfect election. You can talk to other jurisdictions and, there are things that need to be tweaked, things that need to be modified. So as far as to me being able to give a percentage of, positive, views on this, and some jurisdictions are currently in a position where they are examining their efforts around ranked choice voting at all and whether to go forward. And there are jurisdictions that are more 50-50. In Oregon, I think it was just narrowly defeated. And so they did not move forward with it. So, in my seat, in my position, I don't make the determinations like that. I look at current legislation. I look at what I am required to do as the director of Board of Elections, and then we do what we need to do to implement it. I have to admit, this is a little new of a position because we aren't typically asked in this level of detail, how you're going to make something happen. The more typical engagement is, here's the legislation, make it happen, and we do it. So, but for us, it's still the same process. We're still thinking through things. We're still talking to other jurisdictions. We're not relying on our own information. We're engaging community partners. I've had meetings with individuals who've come into my office. We've sat down. They've talked about their experiences, and we're listening to both sides. We're listening to all sides. We're not limiting our engagement to, a group that is predisposed to think one way or another way about ranked choice voting. We are really being thoughtful, and we're really weighing everything, and we're getting information and feedback, because when you get feedback both ways, that's how things come on your radar screen that you're able to address. And so that's my goal, to get as much information I can and to continue to get information. And I see we're going to get information for a period of time. And, you say, 7 months to implement. Whether we have 7 months or 20 years, I, know there will still be problems whenever it's rolled out, because that's just the nature of things. Some things you just don't know what you don't know, particularly because each jurisdiction is different, and there are things that are very unique to the District of Columbia and very unique to our voters and the way we've engaged with them. So you can't just take somebody else's plan from another jurisdiction and overlay it on what we do in the district and expect success. So we know we're going to have to refine and tweak. And so that's what we're doing. And so I can say that's what we have always done. That's what we will continue to do. And I have a wonderful staff. They show up, and I like to say they show out when it comes to making it happen.
Well, thank you very much for that response. And my interpretation from what you have shared is that even the program that you're doing, I think December the 6th, I believe you said, that is an opportunity for you to sort of gather information, and results from what you gather could be a part of your written plan. In other words, your plan will not be ready until some point after. I think earlier you said you were thinking about a preliminary plan being available at the end of November. And now you're thinking you need to do some testing with
We do
this
have a
kind of group.
preliminary plan. We have something in draft.
Okay,
But as far as the rollout of that, yes.
okay, all right. If unexpected issues arise, such as tabulation errors, delayed results, misinformation, what is your rapid response plan? And who authorizes the messaging? And how will communications reach the public without internet access?
Well, of course, my response to everything is always the truth. I mean, things happen, things go wrong, so it's not a matter of hiding anything. And I don't know specifically what type of problems you're suggesting, but if something happens, then it's my job to share what has happened with as much transparency as we can, you know, assuming there are no security issues involved with what we're conveying. But, and then you say without internet, I'm not sure how that comes into.
Well, many of our persons who participate are electors that
Oh,
are,
you're talking about addressing
Yes.
the digital divide. Oh, I
Yes.
thought you were saying the
Yeah.
internet goes out.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes, yes. So yes, we do make efforts to address the digital divide, and we are continuing to do that. And we started some practices in 2020 that we continue as far as palm cards, you know, television, radio. We have information on bus tails and metro centers, but a lot of it, again, we will also rely on our community partners. So we will reach out to, you know, ANCs at the very local level, help us get information out. You know, we post things at some level. Voters get information from us, whether it's in writing, you know, it might be something we have to put in a newspaper, but we make it an attempt to address residents and voters where they are. So we don't just rely on one mechanism for
All
message dissemination.
all right. Now, in this draft plan that you have, how much of your budget plan, that's a part of the plan, is dedicated to seniors and the vulnerable populations?
Honestly, we don't divide our voter education and outreach budget by population.
Nice. So you would not therefore have any plans on how much you would spend on a ward by ward basis?
We don't do.
You're the one who told us earlier that
We
different parts
target
of
our
the city are different.
We absolutely
different
target
outreach
we do. We
plans.
target our efforts differently, but we don't take the money that we receive that way. And for instance, we have $421,000 that we received from the council for ranked choice voting, but that doesn't mean that is our entire budget. We have other voter education and outreach money and engagement. And so that will be part of it. So we don't take 420,000 and say, this goes here, this goes there. We have our voter education outreach efforts, and we know we need to focus this in wards and this in wards. And really the main costs, once our materials are developed, it really is just staff resources after that.
All right, so maybe we're talking apples and oranges. Maybe we should be talking about what is the budget plan as it relates to expenditure for outreach regarding the 26th election. Let's start with the primary and then to the general. Because the 421,000, if I'm not mistaken, was what was asked for. And that was in the plan for what it would take to do outreach as it related to ranked choice voting. So I'm trying to understand, since you run a full service shop, you're going to make sure that we have what we need for the 2026 election. So maybe we need to be talking about all of the dollars that would go into implementation of a plan for 2026.
And we have not discussed all of the dollars that go into voter education outreach 2026. We have money dedicated for voter education outreach, but as I said, a lot of the dollars that will go into that aren't dollars that are in our voter education and outreach budget per se. When I go out, that's not part of our voter education and outreach money. I go out with materials, we will take staff, so it's staffing costs, but it's not, a lift other than the things that we've already developed. So it's a little hard to come up with a specific number when you have multiple people who wear different hats who will be engaged in the process. But I can get you information as far as, and we have developed this, the number of mailers and costs associated with that, because that had to go through Office of Contract and Procurement. So as far as our informational materials, that does have a dollar amount attached to it. And then as far as our implementation statement of work, we are anticipating a dollar amount attached to that. Now that I can give you.
All right. Well, what about language access? How do you tabulate the funds that you need for low literacy residents? And is there a separate sort of pocket or a piece of the budget that's allocated to outreach with that population? What about the blind and low vision voters, low literacy residents? Do we do that? And I'm asking because everyone's going to be asking about all of these methodologies that we're supposed to use to reach all the populations.
Absolutely, and we do that when we roll out anything that's new. We have an ADA coordinator, full-time position at the board right now, and that person is responsible for assuring our polling places are accessible, but then also looking at our plans for some of our vulnerable populations. And so I've actually reached out to a colleague who is blind and who has tested our equipment in the past. And we've started, having those conversations about what it would entail. And he's agreed to be part of our beta testing as far as our machines and prompts to ensure he understands it. But the first thing he said to me when I asked him to work with us, he said, "Let me read up on it first." So I thought that was very proactive, that this was somebody who said, "Let me do some research and get a better grasp of it, but I'll absolutely be willing to work with you." We also, translate our materials into different languages, and we make those available. We have language line and interpreters to assist with that. And on staff, we have staff members on our voter education and outreach division who speak different languages as well. So we are absolutely thinking about that. We absolutely always think about that, not just with ranked choice voting, but with all of our education and outreach efforts. You mentioned digital divide, low literacy. And so another reason it's going to be really important for us to have touch points where we have visuals and where we have diagrams that people can see, and we can engage and let people have an opportunity to touch it ahead of time. Even with the lab we plan to have at our headquarters location, an additional opportunity for someone who wants more time. They want to come in, they can sit down with the equipment, with the sample ballot, ask questions. So we're trying to provide a number of different opportunities to address the needs of people and meet them where they are. Am I saying it's going to be perfect? Am I saying we're going to touch every voter in the District of Columbia? I think that's a standard that, is not one that, anyone would set as a goal.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn to my colleague. I think this will be our final round. Elder.
Maybe
Okay.
not.
Maybe not. Well, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just a couple questions. You mentioned the $421,000 will go towards information materials. Could you speak to how many mailers will go out to voters, educating them on ranked choice voting?
I do have that, and I know I have it because we've developed it with our communications director. I just don't have it in front of me, but we have that broken down.
Okay, could you send me that, please?
Yes.
And then how many voters are you anticipating will receive information on ranked choice voting?
How many voters?
Yes.
Every voter will well, I take that back.
Okay.
Every voter will be mailed information on ranked choice voting. I cannot say every voter will receive because I don't have control over the U.S. Postal Service.
Okay.
And I know that I personally have not received ballots that have been mailed to me when I have informed delivery and can track it. So we don't have control over the U.S. Postal Service.
Okay.
But we will mail information to every registered voter in the District of Columbia.
Okay, so doing your calculation, but you don't know how many times you guys will mail every voter.
Now, and every mailing will not be to every voter. Some mailings will be to households,
Okay.
and some information will go to individual voters.
Does that take into consideration residents who live in public housing, senior
Every
assistant?
registered voter, wherever you live.
Okay.
And if you give a transitional housing location as your address, your ballot would go to that transitional housing location. So some unhoused individuals will have a community organization that they use as their address to receive mail. So whatever address we have, that's the address we'll use.
Copy. Every successful ranked choice voting jurisdiction ran educational phases. That includes awareness, demonstration, practice, reinforcement, election day assistance. Could you speak to what is Board of Elections' phased education strategy for ranked choice voting, from awareness to demonstration to hands-on training with multiple rounds between now and both the primary and general election?
Our awareness will largely be print and website information as well as engagement in the community. Engagement in the community will also include the hands-on component because we will be taking ballots and machines into the community. As I mentioned, education will not end before Election Day. We will absolutely have education at vote centers as well for voters who show up and they aren't familiar with the process. We have been given some suggestions by other jurisdictions as far as having big sandwich boards in addition to the handout materials for individuals. We'll have people who they can talk to, cards that have the informational materials. Our election workers will be trained on how to engage and how not to engage with voters, because the challenging part with educating voters at a vote center, we have to make sure we're educating on the process and not in any way giving the appearance that we're instructing voters on how to cast a vote in any particular contest.
Yeah.
So that's another level of
Okay.
education.
I'm gonna speed up because I'm trying to fit in my questions in this round and the next round.
Yep.
So in other jurisdictions use critical path maps to track mandatory deadlines for ballot designs, vendor contracting, system testing, public education, poll workers, and tabulation simulation. What are the key operational milestones for ranked choice voting implementation?
Could you say it one more time? I just want, because you,
What are the key operational milestones for the ranked choice voting implementation? In other jurisdictions, folks have used critical path maps to track mandatory deadlines for ballot designs, vendor contracting, system testing, public education, poll worker training, and tabulation simulation. So it seems like Oh,
Okay. Okay, I'm
Okay.
sorry. No, it was a laundry list, so I was just trying to get everything down. I'm sorry. Okay.
oh, no, go ahead.
Okay, so as far as milestones, as far as our vendors, we have,
No, not vendors, just overall readiness. Like, is there an
Ve-
implementation timeline with all of the components?
yes, but I thought vendors was a part of it.
Is vendors, is system testing, is public education?
Right, so did you want me to address them together or individually?
No, I just wanted to know, like, how are you tracking those milestones internally to make sure that you have what you need, you bringing everything together before it is fully implemented?
Okay, so you're asking generally, not
Yes.
specific. Oh, I'm sorry. That's why I was trying to write everything down. So essentially, as far as our tracking, that is largely my responsibility as executive director, just making sure. And that was one of the reasons why it was so helpful for me to talk to jurisdictions, because these things you've articulated, these are things that are on my radar screen. And so basically, it will be a tracking system that I use. It's not something that I have as far as on the website or, for public consumption, but these are all items that have been given to me by other jurisdictions as they've rolled it out. And so we will absolutely, assign a timeline to all of these things.
Okay, so if other jurisdictions have given you those timelines for their respective jurisdictions, I'm speaking specifically here in the district. How are you tracking internally those timelines before you implement this system?
Well, other jurisdiction timelines don't apply to
Exactly,
us.
yes.
And so basically, we have to look at our date and work backwards and see when we need to have everything in place. So I know that we're going to need to have our voter education and outreach plan baked and rolled out right after the holidays, January 2nd. We know that we're going to finish our vendor engagement in December. So we have, dates, and I can, share what we have as far as these things are concerned.
Please.
Have it with me, but, because we've been talking to jurisdictions, we've kind of said, okay, this is what we've had to do, working backwards.
Okay,
And
so
so, and
It will-
then as far as,
it will be helpful. Sorry, Director, don't want to cut you off,
Okay.
but I need to run over it, and that's
yeah,
that's
but
the
I
question.
think I have
But-
everything, but I may reach out to you just to make
Please.
sure I have their total laundry list, but I can absolutely provide that to you.
So I asked a different question. Best practices require election agencies to establish a readiness threshold, a clear standard that must be met before implementation occurs. My question to you is, has DC Board of Elections established a measurable red line or readiness threshold that signals when the Board of Elections is ready to implement?
No,
Okay,
and we never
thank you.
have.
No, it's okay.
And we've never been given the luxury of time to do so.
Okay, all right. Ranked choice voting requires expertise beyond standard election administrations and ranked tabulations, ballot adjudications, legal compliance, plain language communications, and accessibility. My question, Director, is how many staff, contractors, or temporary hires are currently assigned to ranked choice voting implementation? And do they have expertise in language access, accessibility, public education, data testing, and ranked tabulation?
We have 5 individuals in our voter education and outreach division. We have one individual who is our ADA coordinator. And of course, I and our senior policy advisor also engage in those efforts. And we do receive training in those areas, as well as our election workers. We have a whole ADA element with that piece of training. So that is a part of it. And
Okay.
as far as readiness thresholds,
Mhm.
no.
Okay, all right, got a couple more questions in this round. Ranked choice ballot tabulation requires certified software that supports ranking, elimination rounds, and data secure reporting. Certification must occur before use. My question, Director, is has DC tabulation system been certified and stress tested to accurately proceed multiple rounds of ranked choice voting, or multi rounds of ranked choice voting to produce the election results?
Okay, you're saying that voting equipment in DC has to be certified?
No, I'm saying has, like, have you guys?
Different jurisdictions have certification. The Election Assistance Commission has a certification and testing and certification program for election equipment that does apply to some jurisdictions, but those same certification requirements do not apply in the District of Columbia.
Okay. So how are you testing, I guess, the readiness of your technology? Like you mentioned that.
We're using technology that is certified,
Got you. Okay.
but we do not have a certification requirement.
Got you. Earlier, you mentioned that some equipment need to be updated.
Yes.
Okay. So because of the updates that is needed to service voters, how do you think that that will play out on the ranked choice voting?
Well, it depends on if we'll have the opportunity to upgrade that equipment.
I
If we're
understand.
unable to upgrade that equipment, then we are anticipating longer voting times
Okay. All right. So,
and possibly some delays with screens freezing and having to reset the voting equipment in real time.
in multi-candidate and two-candidate races, write-ins can introduce complexity into how ranked choice voting is triggered. In some jurisdictions, a write-in candidate can technically create a multi-candidate contest even when only two candidates qualify, changing the ballots, changing how ballots are tabulated. My question, Director, is how will Board of Elections treat write-in candidates in two candidate races? A voter's writing automatically activate ranked choice voting tabulations for that contest?
So the way the legislative text reads, if there are two named candidates, then you will have a space for a write-in. But with two named candidates, that is not a contest that falls into ranked choice voting. You have to have three named candidates. And then once you have three named candidates, it goes to ranked choice voting. So two named candidates in a write-in would not trigger ranked choice voting.
Copy. Okay. Couple more questions this round. Okay. Next question. So best practice jurisdictions emphasize not just getting information out, but actually measuring whether voters can correctly rank candidates and understand elimination rounds. Voter comprehension, not just voter exposure, is a benchmark. My question is, how does Board of Elections plan to measure whether voters actually understand ranked choice voting, not just whether they receive information?
That will be through our in-person engagement and outreach, our in-person touch points with voters. And then, of course, we'll rely on feedback.
Okay. I'm over time. I'll ask my remaining questions during the final round.
And if I may just say something, Councilmember Bonds, if you don't mind. The one thing I will say, it is absolutely my goal to provide information. I do not take a position whether or not this goes forward now or doesn't go forward or is delayed. I just want to be clear that whenever we're tasked with the implementation of something, we move forward. And we don't make that decision one way or the other. So I don't want to give the impression that I'm making the decision whether or not we should or should not go forward with it. I've been given an assignment. Board of Elections has been given an assignment. We've been funded to execute that assignment, and that's the posture. And so my framework has been for the last few months since we received funding, how can we make this happen? And so the reason I am answering with what we're doing, and I appreciate the pushback and appreciate both sides, because all of this helps to inform our posture. So I just want to be clear that I absolutely appreciate all of this. But as far as, you know, me making a determination, that's not my role. And I don't want to give the impression that I am making a determination one way or the other. I'm really just trying to do the job of Board of Elections.
I certainly understand your position. And there have been others in this government who've been at a station such as yours that would be, they would put on the record whether or not they feel they can implement a project such as this. So, you know, it's the personality. We understand that. Our role at the council is one very clear also. There was not thinking, because this item was not in the budget that we received, that there would be opportunity to implement it now because we didn't have the budget. This happened as an amendment that was put on the agenda orally, to be very honest with you. And so you're saddled with it. My committee is saddled with it. And I think we're trying the best that we can to be fair about this subject matter. It is a whole new way of voting. I was probably not here voting when we first got home rule. Okay, I probably was at school. But I have been voting, okay? And so I feel like I kind of know a little bit about voting in the District of Columbia, okay? And my example of saying, I'm getting this, and what do I do? Because people are so familiar with one mark, now put it in the mail, or I've done my duty. Oh yes, I voted, where's my little sticker? That is the mentality. I don't care what people say. I know because I've been here and I'm a part of the system that's been here and has voted. Okay. Because of that, I'm very sensitive to how we're going to communicate. I have friends who, yes, they use the internet. I have friends that are older than I. Some use it. But you know what? Many of them say, I only go on the internet maybe every couple of weeks, Anita. Okay. And I'm using this as an example of what the real deal is out here. So if you don't go on the internet and you're not, you know, I'm not paying a lot of attention to the local, but I can tell you what's happening nationally because it's the national city. This is what we're saddled with. And I have been here long enough in this city where we have had challenges to some of the activities that have taken place in our elections. So I feel like this is my watch. I don't want any mess in my watch. I'll be very honest with you. And no,
Nor do I, council member.
Yes, I know, exactly. So that's why we're asking so many detailed questions that you may not have an answer for now, but at least we want you to know that we're getting this level of concern. There are many experts that have sent us papers of what you should be asking and what have you. I didn't have to ask hardly any of my 83 questions because my colleagues, they're going to town on this. So
Yes,
I just want you to know that we're in sync here. We're in sync.
Yes, and I think that's the true message. You know, we do not want to disenfranchise anyone in the District of Columbia. We want to make sure we do our jobs to ensure people are educated with whatever is in place. And we have to make sure we get there.
Yes, yes, thank you very much for that. Now, let me just ask of my colleague, Do you feel you need another round?
Yes.
You
Maybe I may can get through my questions in 10 minutes, but I do.
Oh, all right. Please proceed.
Thank you. And not trying to belabor the point, but once again, something of this magnitude, you mentioned you guys already have the task of implementing several pieces of legislation that was passed by the council that changes the way we vote. Those policies may make changes, but we're talking about changing our entire voting system, which is completely different. So I appreciate both of you, your patience and enduring throughout this hearing. So other cities rely on trusted partners such as schools, faith-based institutions, Meals on Wheels, correctional facilities, ANCs, nonprofits, AARPs, and library. Could you speak to which organizations has BOE formally engaged through an MOU, whether it's through MOU contracts or even a joint outreach agreement to support ranked choice voting education in communities across the district?
Yeah, we don't typically engage in MOUs
Okay.
with entities. The one that we will engage in will be the statement of work we put out for implementation services.
Okay.
So that will be a formal process. With the others, they're more informal, but we have made touch points with other entities, but I won't.
Okay.
I can provide those to you later. I know you're trying to get through a laundry list.
Could you speak to, or rather, has your agency engaged with, we talk about DC government agencies, right? It requires an all hands on deck. You guys shouldn't be the sole entity responsible for standing up ranked choice voting. But has your agency engaged with DACL, DHS, Department of Corrections, DRS, DCPS, DPR, or even the DCARP?
I can give you a full list of the touch points we've had so far. Some of them I can definitely say yes, because I was involved in the conversations with Department of Corrections. Let's see, as far as the unhoused population, I have about 7 organizations with whom we have worked. We've St. Elizabeth's is one. I know we've reached out to emergency shelters, temporary housing facilities. I know we have reached out to the Office of Human Services, Office on Disability Services. So I'm just looking briefly through my notes and pulling out some organizations, but if you want a comprehensive list, I can provide it, but those are just some of the engagements we've had already.
Okay. Now, Director, I've heard you say you need more money. I've heard you say with something of this magnitude, you will have to hire overtime employees. I've heard you say you don't have a needs assessment to really figure out what exactly do you need. My question to you, Director, is considering all of those things, what is your agency's highest risk potential point of failure, and how is that being mitigated?
To be honest, I don't think I have thought in those terms. One, I try not to approach things from highest failure, but we do recognize risk with anything and everything. And so, definitely there will be efforts to mitigate risk based on information we received from other jurisdictions and what we know thus far. As far as the highest, I don't know that it would be the highest level of risk, but I think just some things that would be challenging to convey. Definitely the tabulation results and how they are displayed, making sure going through multiple rounds and seeing candidates possibly change positions doesn't sow seeds of distrust in the process, and helping people understand that that is a that's how the process works, and there's not something going on behind the scenes. Just in general, some of the things we have to always mitigate is the mis and disinformation, because we often have things we're trying to roll back and unravel that is not our doing. So that is definitely something that is not necessarily helpful, but I can give it more thought and think about like what would be the greatest.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we just want to make sure we're crossing our T's and dotting all of our I's and doing our due diligence.
No, I appreciate it.
So wrapping up or approaching my final questions. Well, given the current delays, lack of education rollout, and absence of regulatory training and accessibility readiness, can DC Board of Elections stay under oath that the district is fully prepared to responsibly implement ranked choice voting in June of 2026 without risking voter confusion, disenfranchisement, or mistrust?
It's interesting that you say under oath and, can we guarantee, I can't guarantee anything. I cannot guarantee there will not be confusion whether we roll it out in June of 2026 or June of 3036. Because I can tell you, I visit vote centers on election day, and voters now show up to vote centers without an awareness of what they need to do. I personally have had voters come up to me and say, who should I vote for? Do I have to vote for this person if I don't know them? So if there's not a full appreciation with voters now, I'm not going to say under oath there will be no confusion with ranked choice voting. And I think it would be irresponsible for me to try to say that. I can say that we will put our best foot forward. We would do everything we know to do. And with everything else we have rolled out in the past, I have confidence in my staff. I have confidence in the jurisdictions that have agreed to work with us. And I have confidence in what we have done thus far in talking to staff and the training we've had and the information we've gathered that we can make it happen. Now, again, we don't have a year and a half, 2 years. We have some months. And the longer time you have, the more touch points you have.
Okay, well, you can't answer that specifically. Is it safe to ask simply yes or no? Do you need more time?
For what? To stand it up? Ranked choice voting can be on the June ballot.
And that's not,
I don't need more time for that.
No, that's not my question. You're saying that ranked choice voting will be on the June ballot.
I said it can be, yes.
It can be, okay.
And we're planning for that now.
But my question is, do you have enough time to effectively conduct a needs assessment to know what you need to successfully roll out a comprehensive voter education plan that correlates with best practices? Do you need enough time to successfully stand up ranked choice voting?
Yes and no for the comprehensive, because there's multiple parts of the question. Some of it is yes and some of it is no. As far as rolling out a comprehensive educational plan, yes. As far as conducting a needs assessment, I don't know that we could do that without contracting out, and we have not received the funding to do it. So I can't answer yes to that because I don't have the tools to do that right now. So I'm not going to say yes to something that I've not been given resources, a path forward, and to give an answer without thought about a needs assessment. When I was first asked about a needs assessment, that was some months ago, and I gave a projection as far as a budget that would be needed for that. But then we did not get money for that. And so we've been moving forward without a needs assessment. So now to ask me if I have time to do a needs assessment before the June election, now that some time has passed and it would have to go through the Office of Contracting and Procurement, I would have to, see. I cannot answer yes or no to that because that is not something I control.
Completely understand. What strikes me is you didn't get the funding you needed. You were partially funding, but yeah, you're asking to stand up the full implementation of ranked choice voting. So my question is, if you need more time, was centered around based on the financial resources that you have, is that enough time to adequately stand up ranked choice voting that correlates with best practices. That includes voter education primarily, as well as the staffing that is needed to support this new initiative.
That's a very loaded question. And this is what I'm going to say. And the reason I'm hesitating with this, and I'll be very honest with you, I feel like I'm being set up to be the fall guy between the opponents and the proponents of ranked choice voting.
Just now, let me just for the record, that's not my. Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
telling you
Okay.
how I feel.
Okay.
And, you know, and I feel like that's a position that I don't need to be in when my job is not to take a position on it, but my job is to implement it with what I have. Now, going back to your question, we have been asked to do the impossible in the past. This is not the first time that I feel like we've been set up for failure. And we figure it out. And so if we are required to implement this and required to figure it out, I'm not going to say it's going to be pretty. I'm not going to say it's going to be perfect because there's no such thing as perfect, but it can happen. Now, is it going to happen the way I ideally would want it to happen? That might be a different conversation. But, you know, we're constantly put in this position, and never has there been this much attention on anything we've been tasked to do. It's do it. And so, you know, I feel very uncomfortable being placed in a position where all of a sudden I feel like I'm trying to be made to be the deciding vote whether or not this goes forward or not. And what I say will be a factor in whether or not we go forward, when that is not the role we play. What I'm really trying to do is be very factual and be very honest with what we've been able to do, what we have done, the jurisdictions we have reached out to, the limited resources we have received, and we make the best of a bad situation. And I'm not saying it's perfect. Ideally, I would have loved to have had more time. When we first did our fiscal impact statement, it started with funding in FY 2025.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't get funding in FY 2025.
Where?
So, you know, when you think about all of that, we did not get what we initially anticipated. But then as we've continued to do additional research, we see that, you know, it's going to be more costly again than what we originally anticipated. However, you know, this isn't the first time we haven't gotten what we wanted or gotten what we asked for and been required to deliver.
So I would say this, couple things. I appreciate your transparency. Under no way, shape, or form, as a council member, do I want to put you in a precarious situation. I'm asking these questions solely because as the executive director, you're an independent agency, you deal with elections all the time, right? I'm a big fan of you, the work that you guys are doing. So I'm leaning to your expertise, right? You knowing you're not gonna walk across the street if you think you're gonna get hit by a car. You're gonna look both ways. So if I'm asking these questions, I want to make sure that the plane is ready before we take off. Because once we take off, if the engines aren't checked, if the windows aren't closed, if we don't have the proper staff to ensure that it's no incoming traffic, then that could be detrimental.
Oh, absolutely.
So when I ask those questions, ultimately, I want to make sure I'm doing my due diligence, and I would hopefully say the same about all of my council colleagues.
Yes,
I
and I'm
think-
not suggesting these
Yeah.
questions shouldn't be asked.
No, but I appreciate your transparency. So I guess would a needs assessment be helpful to you?
I guess part of that would depend on what the needs assessment would entail.
I think that's what.
I think we have, based on the conversations we've had with other jurisdictions, I think we have a good roadmap going forward so that we can implement it with success. Now, I don't know exactly what additional information a needs assessment would do unless the needs assessment says, we want to give you more money, and you give us more money. And if the needs assessment does say we need more money, are we going to get more money and the adequate funding at the level that the needs assessment may articulate.
Copy. And that's what a needs assessment is for. You answer the question. We don't know, right? As leaders, whether the legislative body or the executive body, we have to do our due diligence. And to your point, I would think if I were in your shoes, I would feel set up if I don't know what I don't need. I mean, I don't know what I need. The only way we figure that out is through a needs assessment, from my opinion. And to your point, that would probably arrive at you need more money, you need more time for education. You want to make sure the staff you bring on has a familiarity with ranked choice voting. You want to make sure special populations are addressed, specifically our most overlooked and underserved communities in wards 5, 7, and 8. So with that, that's where I'm getting at in terms of asking if a needs assessment would be helpful. I think I walked away with the answer I need. I want to be mindful of everyone's time, but it's always a pleasure, Director Evans.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. And I just have a few questions.
Council member, I have a question. Are you suggesting, both of you are the committee, are you suggesting that the council legislate that a needs assessment be implemented before ranked choice voting takes place for this election? Are you suggesting that the council would legislate that the board should undertake to do a needs assessment as part? Is it within the council's purview to amend the legislation to say, based on what you're hearing, that you think that a needs assessment should be required based in the law before the board implement it in June?
The council has the authority to legislatively make that happen, but it goes back to the council isn't the entity responsible for standing up ranked choice voting. So you would have to tell the council that's what you need, and then we can go from there.
So you're saying that you're saying that you couldn't require the board to conduct a needs assessment in law? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Only.
I stand corrected. I just wanted to make sure I didn't misspeak. So we can introduce legislation and 7 members can vote on it. But once again, we're legislators. You guys are the authority responsible for standing up what is needed. So we won't know what you guys need unless you articulate that to us.
The question is, like, you wouldn't be doing the needs assessment if you're saying that it is your pleasure to mandate that a needs assessment has to occur. We would be the ones that would do that, just like we did with the feasibility studies that we've done in the past. So my question is the council, because it seems like based on what we've heard, everybody wants to do this. Even the people that don't want to do it say, okay, the people have spoken. Is it this committee's pleasure, and maybe you can't speak for the committee, but is it the pleasure that based on what you've heard, a needs assessment the board should be required to do that prior to the implementation of ranked choice voting in the district?
Once again, the council has the authority, but you guys are the entity that will stand up ranked choice voting. So we can't, it will be irresponsible to mandate something that you guys don't need unless you articulate what your needs are. The purpose of today's hearing is to get a better sense of the readiness of DC Board of Elections before implementing. And I'm gonna be honest, I walk away from this conversation, it's not given we ready. It's just given I'm still pulling stuff together.
And that's what I'm basing the question on. And when you say that it's not your place, I guess, to say, okay, we're mandating that there be a needs assessment. We've had to do feasibility studies, again, based on, without us saying to the council, you know what, before we implement this program, we should do a feasibility study.
I completely.
So that's what I'm just trying to get clarity on, because you clearly have done a lot of research with respect to jurisdictions and best practices.
Have a good team.
Yeah. And so we've responded to the questions that have been raised.
Okay.
And based on that, my question is, and I just want to know where the council wants to go with this in terms of the emphasis on a needs assessment. Because if it is the council's pleasure and you mandate in legislation that the board is required to perform contracting with somebody, entering into an MOU agreement with someone to perform a needs assessment with our input.
Completely understand. So my question to you is, do you recommend a needs assessment?
I want to know, my question is, does the council, we've told you that we are prepared to do what we've been tasked to do
Yes.
with respect to the June election. What I'm hearing is some pushback in favor of a needs assessment. And the director has indicated where we have been with respect to this conversation about that before. And so the council can amend initiative measures. They become acts of the council. And so my question is, again, is the council, is the committee considering perhaps amending the legislation? And again, we haven't had to say, can we do a feasibility study? No, the council has said, you're going to do a feasibility study and we have to have it.
Yeah, so I was
Yes,
saying
and if I can add one more thing to
Okay.
that, and we have made recommendations just as far as the equipment that's needed to ensure, proper vote times and no delays. And so when we do make recommendations, that doesn't necessarily translate into us receiving it. So even if we did make the recommendation, would that translate into receiving funding in time for a needs assessment? Because in some ways, all of this is.
Well, let me speak to that as chair of this committee, and Board of Elections is in this committee, okay? If you have made recommendations for equipment or whatever, it comes through this committee, and we in turn do our best to fight for what you need. As it relates to a needs assessment, that is something that we know that we could amend legislation. We know what our so-called authority is. Today's hearing was an opportunity, frankly, to just understand where you are as we've done this periodically. So I sense from the heat of the issue that I'll say the jury is out, that there is a sense that there needs to be more preparation. Preparation, if you had the money, and you have stated if you had the time. You would love to do it in total. That is very clear. Clear to me as chair of this committee. Mr. Felder, I think he's getting similar vibes or sense of things. And so it just seems that we will take the information that you have shared and we will make a decision on it as to where we go from here. Mr. Felder?
Yes, and I will say, like, I'm considering it. If you guys tell me that you need time for a needs assessment, like, we're all one government. Like, I'm here to support, but I don't know what I don't know. So is it your recommendation to this body that there needs to be time for a needs assessment?
And to your point, I don't know what I don't know. The one thing I will say about a needs assessment, I don't, and that's one conversation because that wasn't on the table when we talked to other jurisdictions that conducted a needs assessment because we weren't funded to do that. And so we talked to it about what resources we had and moving forward. And so that has been how we're building our plane.
Copy.
I would be more than happy to, talk because I don't want to put something on the record, as you state, under oath, and say definitively when that has not been something I've been thinking about recently, because when it was originally brought up, we were told there was no money for that. So it came off the table, and so we started moving forward. So before I answer the question, yay or nay with that, I think the responsible thing is I need to talk to other jurisdictions and see, how did this help and what data points did you get from a needs assessment and how did that inform your path forward before I answer that question. So I don't want to appear to be cagey with not providing an answer, but I want to be responsible with the answer because that has not been on our radar screen because it hasn't been a possibility.
I completely understand. And that's what we're, as the council, that's where we come in, right? Like you guys aren't going to capture everything, right? During the course of our research, we just looked at best practices, other cities that had it, cities that rolled it back. And if we're going to do this, then we have to do our due diligence. So what I'm hearing, what I'm walking away from is you need more time to look at to talk to other cities and see how successful the implementation of ranked choice voting went based on them doing their needs assessment first before.
And this is information I can provide. I know the record doesn't close. I think it's the 8th of December, something like that. And so, I've been taking notes about information that's been requested. And so that is something I can reach out to these other jurisdictions about that specifically, because as I said, that has not been part of the conversation, and make sure I'm providing an informed answer. And that can be something we provide ahead of the record closing as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Felder. I just have a few questions that are still in my repertoire here. One, will the board's website prominently display information explaining ranked choice voting?
You said
Yes,
the website?
yes.
It will.
Will your website?
It will.
Okay,
Yes, it
all
will.
right. And will it prominently explain which votes will not be counted or that are spoiled? Will it
Yes.
explain that
Our
process? Because that's a
election-
burning question we continue.
Yes, and
to
when
get.
we post our election results, we always talk about undercounts, over votes, under votes. And so we know that it's going to be more of an educational process when we're providing that tabulation. And that has been one of the challenges other jurisdictions have shared with us. And so again, they said that they can talk about some of the things they've tried and some of the things that work better with displaying those results.
And would that explanation be available pre-election so that they understand if you do this, you do that?
Yes,
Okay.
because we would have to have it figured out
That's
before we get to
important.
election night.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
As you know, in the district, we have different races. And you have one race or contest where you fill 2 seats. How does ranked choice voting work when you're trying to fill 2 seats?
It would essentially be the same process. So you will rank and you would.
Well, currently you vote.
Yeah,
for
you
2.
wouldn't vote for 2. It would be the same RCV process, not the same process we're using now.
All right.
What the process typically is, it's referred to, and it involves statistics and math, so I won't bore anybody with it. It's called single transferable vote. And it's basically, the outcome is that the first 2 pass the post. So it's one contest. You don't vote for 2 people, you still rank, but the first 2 pass the post are the winners in that multi-winner contest, which would be the at-large member of the council contest.
Thank you. I don't know. Okay. How does the board explain, or how will the board plan to explain how this ranked choice voting has affected voter turnout? In many jurisdictions, it's been less than previous jurisdictions. And some others, it's been more. So how have you thought about how you're going to explain the voter turnout? Or if there might be some difference or
I mean, at this point, we don't know how it's going to affect
Of
voter
course
turnout
not,
one way
of
or
course
the
not.
other. So that has not been, one of the things we have tried to decipher at this point because,
Okay.
we're working on things to, as far as voter education and equipment, et cetera, not about post-election, how do we explain differences that may or may not happen with voter turnout. The one thing I would say, we are not charged with get out the vote activities specifically. We're charged with voter education outreach and registering. But even federal dollars that we receive, we're prohibited from using those federal dollars for get out the vote activities specifically. But as far as explaining that, we would have to see what it looks like before we would know, which direction would
Okay.
be.
What I'm speaking of is traditionally we get the turnouts by ward. You the turnout with the early vote, the turnout, from overseas ballots, as you call them. And so I'm just wondering if there is a real difference. Have you thought about there might be a difference in the turnout? For instance, I think Mr. Felder mentioned that wards 7 and 8 and 5, tend to have have some issues usually. And so as such, if the turnout in those wards showing extreme errors in, like 100 ballots were cast, but you could only count 30.
So you're not talking about turnout, you're talking about voter error.
Yes, just different.
Yeah. Okay.
When I say voter
Yeah.
turnout, I'm speaking of the turnout from the elections itself.
Yes.
How do we
Okay,
explain
that-
what's going on in our communities?
Okay,
To
yes.
the community.
We have thought about that. Yes,
Okay,
yes,
so-
yes. I thought you were talking about just numbers, like, 60% voted in this election versus 62% voted in the last election. How do we describe that and relate it back to
If
ranked
it's
choice
62
voting?
voted in the
So-
last and it's now 30, that is a big issue
Yes.
that
So,
we
but
have to
yeah,
deal
but
with.
when we
Yes,
look at, like,
yes,
undervotes,
that's what I'm thinking.
overvotes, that absolutely is something that would concern us
Okay.
because that would be a signal that, there was confusion or misinformation. And with one of the jurisdictions we talked to, they had a significant number of overvotes with the contest similar to our at-large where you vote, you can
Vote for two, yes.
historically vote for two, but it
I
doesn't
heard
work
that.
like
That's
that.
why I asked that question.
Yes, and unfortunately, the candidates were saying, don't listen to the board, just go ahead and mark your, the two you want as number one. And so the candidates were contributing to those overvotes that did not count.
Well, that's
So-
going to happen. We're human beings.
Yes, and that's
okay?
what I'm saying. So
And
we,
it's going to happen.
yes, and to your point, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. We have been
Yeah.
thinking about, what certain things mean, why it happened. In that instance, they were able to, attribute it to some of the candidates and some of the campaigns and people feeling like they were giving up something because in the past they had always been able to vote for two, and now you're telling me I have to rank. So we have been thinking about those things.
I
yes.
mean, just think about it. I mean, brother, the way ranked choice voting got on the ballot, it said, make your vote count. This is just regarding, I think there's still a pending lawsuit. Did any ranked choice voting jurisdiction implement ranked choice voting while the issue was still active in the courts? Did you get into that discussion in
Because it doesn't, no, we didn't, because it doesn't have
Okay.
anything to do with our implementing the program. You know, we didn't view it as we were talking about, how did you do it? Not from that perspective.
Okay,
no.
I'm asking from the perspective of, you were talking about best practices. So in that context, was any of that mentioned?
It didn't
Okay,
come up. No.
thank you. In many jurisdictions, ranked choice voting results have been challenged in the courts, including Maine. Have you given any thought about that and what the challenges might be? Again, thinking about the needs assessment, what is the laundry list of all of the resources, systems, planning that you need to have in place in order to implement this in DC? And maybe we're going too deep into the woods, but just want to make sure we cover everything.
Well, I will say we have looked at that in some of the lawsuits. I know in Maine, one of the problems was which elections it could apply to. And so they had to roll it back with some of the elections because they were legally required to hold certain contests with a plurality vote and not rank them. And so there were some things that they had to change based on litigation. So we have been looking at that. My general counsel probably has a more extensive answer, but I
No,
can't say.
that's
Okay.
what I was, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. And so, I think we have truly exhausted this subject matter today. We've spent a considerable time and we truly appreciate your time. I have a closing statement, but let me go through my 83 pages here and find it.
And as you're going through your 83 pages, the one thing I would say, I tried very hard to take notes on the things that you requested during this hearing, and we will, provide responses before the record closes. However, if there's something that you feel as though we didn't adequately address, please let me know, because I may have missed something, but we'll also go back and review the record and try to capture everything. But
Well, thank
it's not
you.
our intent to not answer something if you feel
No.
as though we
We
did.
know. Thank you for your usual graciousness. And there are a few pieces of information that you committed to getting to the committee, so we look forward to receiving that. Thank you again. And of course, thanks to you as well, Attorney Stroud, for being here. To any member of the public who wishes to submit written comment on the matter before us today during our roundtable, the record will remain open until 5 p.m. on Monday, December the 8th, 2025. And with that, we conclude our meeting today. We will be back here tomorrow, the 25th of November. We will be holding the public portion of our roundtable on the renomination of Ms. Greenfield to the Board of Elections. And with that said, I recognize that the time is about 18 minutes after 3 p.m., same day in which we started November 2024. And again, thank you all, and thank you to those who joined us in the audience. We appreciate it. Thank you, Councilmember Feld.